Oh, time to
Oh.
do the whole shield again.
No, fuck it. Give money, make magic surge. Don't give money, give channel points, make good things happen. We at the pool. Let's fucking go. Let's
Okay,
fucking
that was
go.
perfect. That was perfectly.
Yeah, that's your new shield. Okay, you need to write
at
that
this
down word for word.
at
That's
this
what you
nice
say.
pool.
We've got this. Thank you, Cal, for saving me from what would have been a lot of foot because I was not being diligent there. A lot of footage being ruined.
Yeah, unless you count Tento stretching as content, you really didn't miss much.
To be fair, it was some
Yeah,
primo
it's
content.
okay. He was just revealing Zion's plan to kidnap an entire race.
So, dreamers, I was trying to find out what was wrong with my audio. Oh, Hades, no, it was on my end. I screwed up. Yes, good evening, dreamers. Lonnie, as we zoom in here at the pool, by the grand glowing lights, the not presently lady-faced tree, the druid Tumbuncula, who knows you from the past, and the naiad bathing in the pool above. What do you find yourself doing amidst the frolicking and frivolities of the dryads, the satyrs, and all assembled creatures of the wooden woad?
Well, especially if he's not really around the rest of the group, Lonnie's gonna go towards Tabuncula.
Yep, he's kind of like chilling back here near the naiad, and he sees you coming up, and he kind of like gives you the "oh, hello there" nod.
Lonnie definitely does not look terribly like calm right now.
Looking
She's
uncomfy.
just like kind of like fiddling with her hands and everything, and just Tabuncula. My tribe can't know where I am right now.
He pauses to consider and says, "I had suspected that there was something keeping you from them, besides distance and an unspecified quest. Can you tell me why?"
No.
He sort of laughs a little. Oh, well, I suppose that's seer business for you. I can't be ready for what I don't know, but sometimes knowledge is the poison in the chalice you can only taste if you are aware of it. Well, Lonnie, I have known your tribe for many years, and I trust that you would not do anything outside their interests. If it is truly ruinous for the Glycae to learn of your movements, then I will let them know that you are well, but fail to describe your current location in close detail.
Lonnie feels a little bad that the conclusions he's jumping to, since it's just entirely for selfish reasons, he's asking this, but she'll just give her a quiet thank you, and after an awkward pause, she'll say, "It was nice seeing you again."
And you as well. Do come by the old treehouse any time. I'm always taking visitors, especially Glycae. Lovely company.
And she'll head off then with a little bit with her steps a little bit lighter, and she'll turn back before she gets out of earshot. And like, I'm sorry for how I've been acting.
And yeah, he'd sort of like give you the it's all cool hand twist of the druid.
And yep, that's all I wanted to do. She'll rejoin the group now.
Alright, you are rested. Pop yourself back up to full Tento Zion. Everybody, you get your long rest, you get your resources back. I assume you don't set out in the middle of the night, basically.
What did I get? Why was I down 1 hit point? What hit me for 1?
Chudling.
So,
Oh, wait. Who wants the tattoo for today?
So, real quick, I'm looking at the party level 8 tab, with all our character sheets. Where's Roshi's?
are you talking about?
Like I see everyone else's. You know, I see Tyr, Zion,
It might be
Oh.
hidden from you.
Hey, wait,
for
why
whatever
is
reason.
what you? Yeah, that's interesting. I'll fix that.
I was just
Yeah, 'cause-
curious. I never noticed that.
Also, if
Alright.
no one else takes it,
Yeah, I'll give it to Lonnie. What would you like today?
it's
Wait.
it's just a level 1 spell, right? That
Level.
and you just use it as normal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, does it expire at the end of the day, or
Nope.
okay? But you just can't get the resource back until it's used, I presume, right? Yeah, I'll just use it on Sanctuary again.
Alright. Here you go. Just write that down. There you have it.
It's been hacked.
Oh yeah, especially I can just do the checkbox that I have it again. Cool.
Indeed.
I got a new staff. Oh, just to make sure the staff, none of the damage is changed, right? It's just the healing effects that change.
Yes, it has not become
Okay.
more effective for hurting people, but it has become more effective for healing people.
Okay, just making
As
sure
it
I didn't miss
glistens
something.
with a silvery oil slick with the blood of the unicorn that has been bestowed upon it.
And what is it technically called now?
I think it's an awakened Eldercraft staff.
Okay.
So yeah, all that said and all that done, the group, the earliest of lights, or just before the dawn, gathers with nary a ray of sun through the thick foliage all around and prepares to leave Oaken Glen. The question now is for where?
What were we doing?
By
Oh no, we just went for the healing
what
pool.
means?
So
We
originally we planned to go to the healing pool, deal with Tento's shit, and then we go back to our army. And then we're gonna decide if we wanted to, you know, make our way back to Rizua or not. But army was our next stop.
I actually thought it was gonna be Verziwa was our next stop because we can just ride the river down to the army.
I mean, we could do that too. But it didn't seem like not many people wanted to go to Rizua right away. Because that's not
Right.
very time pressing.
I do not care either way.
Tento.
Tenta, you find yourself in the woods with all of your companions, and they ask,
What is
"Hey,
is
where
it-
we
what is it
heading
again?
though?"
To meet back with the wizard, right?
Yeah, because we've got stuff that he wants. Like the chair, information, other magical items. And it might be a while before we get to Magic Shop.
So my thinking is, I think after we meet with the army again, we're probably gonna be heading east.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, so like there's no point meeting up with the army, heading west, and then heading back east. We may as well head west and circle around to east.
I just remember people wanted to meet up with the army again. As of like the previous conversations we've had.
But do we need with the army that's pressing? Or like needs to be done before the wizard?
I actually don't know. I think we just want to travel in a group again.
We
Not
can
particularly, but I mean, people have the reasons, I guess.
I mean, like, I assume this conversation is happening like,
Sorry.
in
Yeah.
the Glen, and like
Yeah.
all you guys
Yeah.
are like,
Unless someone speaks up a reason to go meet the army first, I presume we're gonna go to Verziwa. Because
Okay.
none of
Yeah.
us recall why someone said go to the
all
army
right.
first.
So, Lon, is that like what is it, this is an in character conversation? You guys like trying to remember what you out of character said?
No, we're just trying to remember out of character what we discussed.
I think
Alright.
we should just go to deliver that chair.
The what?
Okay. The
So
chair.
are we? Well, yeah. Either way, I think we are gonna head that way. Although along the
Mhm.
way, we should actually talk about if we're going to actually give him the chair.
Not gonna
Oh,
straight up
Tento.
give it to him.
Tento's thoughts on that is like, he seems like a nice guy.
We'll trade it at the very least, but
Yeah,
Oh,
Trey.
shit.
But
No,
Yeah,
I say
Lonnie-
we go talk to him before we
on the way, Lonnie will at
Promise
least like
anything.
pose the questions and like ask you guys for your thoughts. But yeah, you can pop us to the overall map.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
we've
So
at least
you
decided where to go.
Yeah. So you decide where to go. You head off. You feel as you step off, having saved this unicorn's life, as if though all the berries of the wood helpfully proffer themselves, and each bend of tree and dale lends itself to your progress. And so long as you move within these woods, your movement shall be swift. So you do not need to make your tests to move overland for the day until you exit these woods.
see
Yes.
Tento. I know where I'm going.
I would like to look a bit more.
Although,
Wait, did you say the berries were presenting themselves?
you could make a yes, you could make a
Tento's gonna eat the berries.
yeah, you delicious berry, like very ripe, very fresh. Surprisingly so for spring, but maybe they're a quick turnaround kind of berry. But if Lonnie would like to march Setter as she chats, you could do that.
Can I play in chat?
I mean, yeah, you can play a musical instrument and talk. I mean, just bards exist.
Yeah, that's
Also-
fair.
I can imagine you playing the whole ride. You gotta take breaks.
Yeah, I guess also fair.
Yeah, between the jams,
I
you have
don't
the
have
chill.
advantage.
Between the chill, you have the jams, and you eat some
Yeah.
jam that actually tastes very chilly. If I'm honest. So yeah, you play a few notes on the shamisen. You keep it going, but you don't
To the little ditty.
wind up pushing the group on too hard. From that. But yeah, you play a little ditty. Now you guys are free to move twice per quarter of a day.
Oh. What's the scanning again? Perception, right?
Mhm.
So
There you go. I was like, come on, roll 20.
I tend to you keep a good eye out.
what is his name again? Is it Yanlon? I think it's Yanlon. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yanlon.
Yeah, Yanlon.
So
Bro's
do
the good
we?
stuff.
What do you guys think of Yanlon?
I think he's a fine guy.
I mean, the townspeople like him, right? So
Yeah.
should be fine.
No one collects that much powerful magic items and artifacts without cutting some corners.
But what if
But-
he's just really nice and people give it to him?
Zion does have a point.
Or what if he just trades off magic items like he's doing with us?
Yeah, what if he's actually like a merchant of some kind?
I mean, he told us he was a merchant, and the fact that he's a powerful magic user, so like nothing is out of place. It's more of the fact that it's more of the fact that he's definitely not telling us everything. That's why I would prefer to at least have a conversation with him about the chair and what he knows about it.
Wait, what
Try
makes
to
you?
Not,
where he's
not-
at.
What makes you
not
say
telling-
that? The not telling us everything.
I mean, I don't trust people in general, but someone with that much power is gonna want more, but they're gonna want more power for a reason. No one takes power for for the sake of power. They've got something in mind.
You go by the clearing where you've had some uncomfortable moments, and the sun comes out finally, and you find yourself at the edge, and you feel like you'll be hastened on your way out. But once you pop out for that final quarter of daylight, you're gonna be. Well, actually, you're entering midday. Yeah, that was the first go.
Mhm.
So you go 1, 2. That's the morning. The sun comes up while you're like here. basically. Not up, but like fully through the clouds as you enter into the midday turn. We go boop. And I'm assuming you guys pop right out to the southwest.
Is it the best way to get the? Yeah, seems good.
I mean, I think Orochi, you're making the call.
God damn it.
Did he even roll? Did
So-
he even roll for survival?
Well, now he has to pathfind because the wood has basically been guiding you to wherever you were headed. And you pop out of the woods and you see the bit of grassland that's left. You can't quite see the depths to the south, but the sky there is a bit hazier. And to the west, lies the Brass Eye Citadel. But yeah, so now you are going to roll me a survival to see how fast you go out here on the plains for your last third. Although I'm pretty sure going.
11.
I think you go pretty fast on the plains, even on a shit roll.
You say that, except he got below 10 last time.
Right. So in the plains, Swift is a DC 10 Pathfinder check. So you get 2 more hops this time. Yeah, and you come off the copse in the distance. And yeah, you're moving through the grasslands of the countryside. And the sun begins to hang low, Lonnie takes a break from absolutely shredding. And you feel it's like, there are no planes. Yeah. You guys travel along, right? And you're having a fine time. When you happen upon, just like a bit of, it could be considered like, a suggestion of dirt path. Maybe there was once like a road of desire here. And at its intersection, its deepest point that you come across on these grassy plains, you do note something rather... Well, Tento notes it first, right? He's scouting. And you see something very promising, Tento, out here on these plains. And this bit of dirt, bit of...
Dental's
marked
definition
upness.
of promising and other people's definition of promising are kind of different sometimes.
Yeah, so you see a chest.
Oh, yeah, that is very
First item.
promising.
There we go.
Yeah,
Out of the
That
one,
is very-
here comes another.
yeah. So it's a bit thudded up, and it's definitely hard in the dirt. Hey, Pat.
Hello, Pat.
It's definitely hard up in the dirt. Your group is like by this point looking for a place to bed down for the night. And it's just really this like desire path, baby old road around here. Hold on, yeah, are you not seeing shit even now?
God damn it, I'm not.
Let me shift
You don't see
pinging.
the ping.
No, it's a pretty small map. I don't see anything.
I don't even have dynamic lighting on for this map, so I'm struggling to understand why this would be the case.
Hiroshi's not even on this map.
Oh shit!
Ah,
That
that's
was
why.
When I grabbed everyone
that,
up,
that could be a reason.
when I
huh?
grabbed everyone up,
Where
Hiroshi
Hiroshi
was
go?
yes
Oh.
nowhere near the party.
Oh god, he got
Look, he
lost
was
in the
flying.
plains, guys.
He was just flying on a
He
different
was
plane.
out ahead. Yeah. All right. So
Yeah, I was with the satyrs making them dance faster.
yeah. You were
Oh,
fucking,
yeah.
you were like juicing the dance floor. Yeah. So Tenta, you spy this, and there's definitely along this like dirt drag of a path. There's absolutely a fucking like looks like a heavy trunk really with these like fine wooden boards and metal girdings, and it's just there in the fucking dirt.
Tento's gonna be like, huh, a chest in the middle of the road.
Hmm.
What better chest could there be? He's gonna go check it out.
All right, yeah. So you go check it out, right?
Yeah.
And what you find here is I mean, you're like slightly ahead of the group, but the group sees you doing
Yeah.
this, right? Do you approach with any caution, or are you just like rolling up on that bitch?
Oh, I'm just rolling up on that bitch.
All right, you come upon the chest. On its face, you see a clear embossed in this in this metal, an FC signet with both letters interposed over one another. And you are seeing stuff now, Shin, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Scout.
Tento's gonna be
What?
like, Tento's just gonna think, he's like, huh, last time I found a chest in the dirt, it had a mythical sword in it. I wonder what this one's gonna have.
Tento, remember what happened when you pick stuff up?
Yeah.
Tento's gonna be like, when I pick, all I can remember is the good times.
Lonnie is just going to like rush in before he does anything, cast guidance, and then immediately back away out of a blasting zone.
Alright, alright,
So
yeah.
60 feet.
60.
Technically
But-
65 feet.
But Tento's gonna look at Lonnie. He's like, "Why are you backing away? what's the worst? What's the worst a chest could have?"
I mean, I
Magic
think we've
bomb.
been lucky that it usually just affects you, but
What? It's all skill, baby.
Oh. Yep, I'm backing up too.
I'm
Well,
so glad.
Now,
You
Roshi,
guys
how
have so
close
much
are you gonna
trust
be?
in me.
You gonna be close?
I'm close enough to do what I do with midgets. Hold my action to yeet the midget.
Amazing.
one
Alright.
of
Are
us
you
is
like 50?
brave
Alright, little folk loaded.
or stupid. I don't know which one yet.
Okay.
He's
who's to
concerned.
say? Who's-
Oh, we're all concerned. We're just a little bit more concerned about us than you.
Yeah, so
You were my friends.
yeah, and you point is I could have sworn there was another dirt path. Anyway, yeah, so you come upon it, and you see that there is like a heavy lock on this trunk. It's sized for like a comically too large key. That in your experience tends to indicate that it's probably going to be a really easy lock to pick unless something intricate is going on here. But it doesn't look like an intricate lock. You can give me a thieves tool.
Sure. Then it seems like, oh yeah, just a weird chest in the middle of a street in a road with a not very good lock. Looks very old. Yeah, probably nothing to be concerned about.
What is the range of healing?
Tento, just a heads up, we are very close to the brass-sized citadel. It could be a trap.
And Lonnie and Zion, do you guys want to be further than 20 feet?
Yeah, Lonnie will be within 60 feet, but
All right, yeah, so
Uh,
you're somewhere in the abyssal zone at the edge of the draw distance.
Abyssal zone.
All right, so Tento,
as long as she stays within 60 feet of Tento, I
There's
don't
a
care where she is, and
single-
also not too
with a
close to
single
him.
twist of his wrist, you hear as Tento has already unlocked the chest. It
Mhm.
pops open, overstuffed, and Tento, you are struck with the scent of fabric as you see someone's clothes just like pop out at the funny angle and spill a little.
How violent is it popping out?
It's not. It's like the same violence as like an overstuffed suitcase. It's like like
I don't
slightly.
think that's enough
Yeah.
for me to trigger.
I don't
a
think it
yeet.
does. Yeah, I don't think it triggers
Yeah.
the eating.
Tento's gonna be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Tento. This stuff smells like freshly laundered linen, and it is packed in here pretty tightly.
Wait,
And
You
yeah,
said fresh?
well, like it was like it. Yeah, so it looks like this thing is dirty because it fell on the ground. It doesn't look like it's been here for hundreds of years.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's strange.
Yeah, so this trunk yeah, it definitely smells like freshly laundered linens, and you see that there's clothing inside, and like also you do like a bed sheet.
There's bed sheets and clothes in here?
Anybody who would
Is
want
there
to
any-
is free to roll a investigate or survival in the surrounding zone. But yes, that's what you would immediately see.
Is there? Sion slowly comes creeping up.
Is
Is
it
there?
cursed?
I don't know. You tell me. Is it cursed? I can't tell.
You don't see anything that suggests it as cursed, but there's not like a big "I'm cursed" sign on most cursed things in your experience. Orochi,
That's
you,
very
I'm
true.
surprised
you
you don't know anything's cursed. You're pretty hands-on experienced.
Orochi, you like do a bit of a pace about, right? And you find a pair of footprints. There's some footprints here that aren't too old, but more importantly, there are hoof prints and drag marks indicative of maybe a carriage, maybe a wagon, hard to say, that has definitely been through here. There couldn't have been a heavy rain since that, and on your way to assault the tower, there was one. So within like the past 4 days, either just before you attacked the Brass Eye Citadel or after you took down the Brass Eye Citadel, somebody came through here, headed north. Some sort of a vehicle drawn by, looks like was 2 horses.
Well,
How
seems
comfy
like
do
someone
these
was
sheets
packing
look?
up and leaving.
How comfy
How
does the sheet
comfy
look?
do these sheets look? Yeah.
Pretty comfy. In fact, as you like pick up the sheet to hold it, you're like, wow, this shit feels like rich people house sheet. It tastes real nice. And in fact, you note as you pull it up, you've revealed a red silk dress beneath.
Oh, and he's like, oh, that's a nice dress.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
the rest of the clothing definitely looks of similar stock.
You into that kind of things?
kind of what?
Are the
Oh, the first thing you pulled out was a dress, and you said it was nice.
What? Yeah, and what? You don't think the dress looks nice?
Bonnie can't see the tracks from back here, right?
If Orochi, would you like remarked upon it? I mean, no, it's the sort of thing that you kind of like got to get down and like really study the ground around to even tell is there, right?
Okay.
I'm not yelling 60 feet to really know.
He's like,
I said I was
what
within
do you
60
mean that
feet. I
dress?
actually don't know how far I am.
She is an indeterminate zone somewhere 20 to 60 feet from you. In fact, as you turn towards her, it's almost like a field of view glitch in a video game where she comes in and out. Like the more centered she is in your vision, she's like 20 feet here, but then she's like out at 60 feet here. It's actually a very strange phenomenon. You blink and it passes, and you imagine this to just be a delusion of the road after a long day's walk.
Okay, well, if no one's saying anything, then.
Is it really
120L
okay?
just holds a chudling under either arm, just like
Are they still unconscious?
presumably they are, I don't know, resting off their wounds.
You know, every
I
so
mean,
often
that
he just
or-
smacks him in the head. give him
Bonk 'em.
another
Yeah, I was like,
concussion.
we can always make them unconscious again.
Tento's gonna be like, oh, I could probably sell these off. These are pretty nice. He's gonna stuff it in his bag.
All right,
These
so
belong
do you-
to someone.
Yeah, so Tento, you're beginning to.
And now they belong to me.
The Tento, you're going for like the full, like you're gonna like try and stuff everything from this trunk into your various, like gear pouches
No.
and such.
That would be very difficult to do because it barely fits in this trunk. He's gonna be like, Sion, can you help me carry this thing? Because I'm a small boy and I can't hold all this stuff.
Yeah, sure.
I know I can count on you, buddy.
Hey, so Zion, do you pick up the trunk?
Yeah.
All right. What are so Orochi? You're pretty close. Lonnie, you're pretty far, right?
Yeah.
And Tento and Zion.
Lonnie is like preparing to cast Healing Word, by the
Tento
way.
and Zion, what are your passive perceptions?
19.
15.
Okay, Tento, your head is right next to this coming up. You definitely hear something jingle near the bottom of the trunk.
He's gonna look like, what's that noise?
Yeah, you see the bottom of the trunk, and you know, I guess you guys have either did you reclose it, or I guess you grabbed some of the clothing and then reclosed it.
Yeah, so it's easier to
Yeah,
stuff it back
you hear like
into
a rolling
exploded.
around, like jangling of something. Maybe not quite metallic, but like not exactly a rock either. In the base, like it's like coming from the trunk towards the bottom of it.
Hmm. I was like, well, is it chains or like what is going on?
Doesn't sound like chains.
Tento, what are you going on
Can
about?
I
Yeah,
can I
Tento.
pull it?
You want to try and pull it like the bottom of the trunk?
Yeah.
I would try to stop that.
It doesn't
That
seem.
I would try to stop.
Okay, so you go and you reach for it, and you're obviously you got your fingers out like you're about to start probing. And Orochi, how do you intercede? Do you say stop that? Or you like grab his arm?
I would grab his shoulder and like, Tento, you say you're hearing things, and now you're gonna want to just pull it?
You know, Tento doesn't answer. He just sort of pulls it.
All right. So you try and like pull it. Your hand goes all over. As near as you can tell, this is a perfectly solid base of a trunk, and unless you intend to puncture it in some way, you ain't getting in this way. This is the exterior of a trunk. It did seem like the trunk's interior was slightly padded, though.
Well, if Tento's just gonna ignore Orochi, Oroshi's gonna back up with Lani. Oh, I gave him the courtesy of
I'm gonna
the
ask-
doubt.
Lumi thinks to Lonnie,
Give him
what
a
is
chance.
what is the point of sniffing out this trunk? Does it have food? I don't smell anything.
It's a chest,
So it,
and Scout there likes chests.
It's got
Mm.
a red dress in it.
Zion, flip this
So,
thing
some
upside down
clothing.
real quick.
A red dress?
Why?
He's just looking through someone's clothes?
There's
Yeah.
something at the bottom.
Oh, they also found some mechanism thing. He thinks it's rattling in a chest of clothing, which is packed, which shouldn't have any movement.
So
Why don't we
Zion,
just-
are you gonna upend this like trunk of clothing on the ground?
I mean, yeah, sure.
That
Okay.
was closed.
So you see the clothing all like
It's not
trundle
mine.
out, and there's just like Lonnie, you see even 60 feet like lots of like fine clothing, some dresses, some shirts, etc. Just like trundle out onto the dirt and grass. Ye-
Why are you?
When Zion is finished emptying it out, you still hear a rattling up top, and when you look in Tento, you see a floor. And roll me any either of you were looking at it. Investigate.
Nope. Roll 20, please.
Yeah, it's so Zion. You look and you're like, it's a chest. Now, Tento, you're familiar with how those tricky rich people like to hang on to their belongings, right? Especially when they're trying to avoid revealing that they have them at the moment. You feel around and you think, hey, shouldn't this trunk be deeper? And you reach up, and at one of the panels, you get a little give. And when you like peel it back, you see that there is stuffed in between like tablecloth, finely embroidered tablecloth, but that's been somewhat knocked ajar by the landing of it, causing that rattle. You find what you quickly assess to be 150 gold pieces worth of jewelry and silverware.
Silverware. Huh.
Yeah, there's jewelry and silverware in there, like fine ornate silverware, made of actual silver.
Ooh, pretty.
Yeah, so it seems like they have concealed this wealth within the base of this trunk.
I'm like, hey, look, guys, I found something. Money and silver.
Yeah, and is it cursed or going to explode?
Is it gonna explode?
How do you attempt to determine whether or not the rich-looking silverware will explode?
Sure,
Or is that
He's
just
gonna shake
traps.
it. He's
I-
gonna shake it.
yeah?
Yes, I guess that's one way to check for traps.
It behaves precisely as a fine butter knife would when shook. As for whether or not it will one day explode, well, perhaps that's just one of life's little mysteries for Tento.
I shook it, didn't explode.
Is that supposed to make us feel better?
Yeah, I guess.
Does it?
I mean, do you feel that Tento would feel better after shaking the rich butter? I mean, you look at this butter knife and you're like, wow, I could sell this for, what would have been a lot of money to me when I was kind of like a street urchin. And, as part of a greater whole, makes up 150 GP worth of haul.
Oh. Is all the clothes now on the ground? Oh, It's just the
Zion upended it and shook it, and now all the clothing is on the ground. Yes, all the clothing that did not. You grabbed like the dress and like immediately some other like fine like silken scarf or some shit, like obvious, not that encumbering, wealthy looking clothing. But yeah, you left the lion's share of it to Zion, and Zion upended it to the dirt and grass. I mean, some of it's like been like cushioned by the others, but it might need a new round of laundry.
It's like, okay, well,
Yeah, I'll just start scooping it back in, along with some dirt.
no,
Yeah.
Zion, minus dirt. Minus
Look,
the dirt.
Clods
Zion.
of dirt and rock and
No
grass
dirt.
are going into the trunk.
No dirt, Zion. No. No dirt.
What? No, I'm just. It's
No.
just there.
No, Zion. Just leave the dirt alone. Just the claws. Just the cloth on the
Yeah,
dress.
that's what I'm picking up.
No, that's you have rocks and dirt in there too, Zion.
But I mean, how else am I supposed to pick it up?
Just grab the cloth and just put it in the bag without the dirt. Don't scoop it. Just pick up the cloth.
But the scoop method is a more time-consuming method.
Zion, you're right, but we don't need to be efficient here. Okay?
By the way, this is like twilight. This is like the setting of the sun happens. Like the sun is setting, like on over like the mountains and hills to the west, and in this ochre twilight, you're witnessing Tento and Zion restuffing someone's luggage. Milani and Hiroshi. That's how your day is being capped after your magical journey from the spring and nature giving way to you.
Lonnie would like to try to find some manner of animal, because one, they must be more sane than whatever Tento and Zion are doing, and two, see if they spotted the person who dropped the trunk.
By all means, give me a survival roll.
Why would you want to search for them? All right, let's put this on the card, Zion.
Hiroshi
Okay?
slowly realizing, hey, wait, maybe there's a moral influence here. Lonnie, you look around, there's some holes, and you think animals love coming out of holes, right? And you poke at them, and nothing really comes up at you. So you're flummoxed. You got no idea. There are birds like miles away in the distance flying by, but you can't really like flag them down. So after a moment, Lumi kind of grumbles and thinks to you. Lumi thinks to you, if you're looking for a small beast of the ground, I suspect they're staying away from the wolf.
Oh. And here I was gonna blame Tento or Scout for this.
Amazing.
I love your explanation.
It's okay though, I'll still blame him.
No animals, they just love them holes.
Yeah, you know them holes? Them animals love them holes.
I'm a noted biologist and student of nature, National Geographic photographer, Leland Anderchek, gives an explanation of creatures of the prairie and their preferred habitat. Them holes. Hiroshi, you see Lonnie like poking around at like fucking groundhog holes. Would you, and as Tento and Zion have the trunkscapade, are you just like sighing as all of this happens? 120L silently holds your two hostages.
Yeah, I'm just thinking to myself, like, okay. I think Tento's got enough chances. Next time he's just getting wind or lightning. Maybe both.
Right? So yeah, he's that thing. All right. Well, Lonnie, your initial attempt to scrounge up an animal isn't great, but what's your passive perception?
I think it's 12. Lumi's is 13.
Hiroshi, what's yours?
Yeah, finally get asked. 13.
All right. I will say this:
It's not
as the night falls, you do hear a very distant cry, and it's like at first of a murmur, and then you're and Orochi and Lonnie and probably Tento as well, honestly, from his career as a scout know that
Also, he has a hella high passive perception,
Yeah,
by the
yeah.
way.
yeah, he absolutely hears it, but he was busy at the moment, which is why I wasn't asking him. They're coyote howls. There's coyotes. There's
them
coyotes. Coyotes
They- my
somewhere
baby.
north.
Yeah,
I don't think Lonnie's
nature.
I don't think anyone's actually mentioned Lonnie about they went north.
Yeah, I mean,
Tento's
you know,
like,
after this escapade, like by this time, Zion and Tento have restuffed the chest after some concern of dirt.
Are we done yet? There's coyotes nearby. We should
you-
probably
you're scared of coyotes?
no, but I also would rather not have to fight them.
Fair enough.
Tento,
Sure
do you
don't
want
want.
to just get woken up in the middle of the night because coyotes just came to your camp?
No, there are worse things that came to my camp in the middle of the night. I think coyotes are at least my problems.
I mean, again, we are very close by to the Brass Eye Citadel. There's a good chance that these aren't normal.
Like, have you got mare coyotes? If that's the case, let's go after them. But Yorick, you convinced me otherwise. Let's go towards the coyotes. They might be
Tento?
chimeras.
We do have a timeline. You all
Yeah.
have talked at great lengths off screen on how important and time constrained
What
you guys
screen
are.
are you talking about?
What are you talking about? I didn't say screen.
Oh, my bad. I guess I misheard you.
No, I definitely heard off screen.
What are you both talking about? What screen? What fourth
Uh,
wall?
This this thing is just us finding out that Oshi isn't all there. As his time as a hermit has affected him, and we're just figuring out how it's affected him.
Alright, y'all. I don't know what fourth wall y'all talking about, but I say we
But-
head to town. Yanlon is waiting for us. I'm sure he's heard the news of Brass Eye Citadel already.
But chimera coyotes. Deadly could have siblings.
I never did find out the name. Fuck.
Her name is Medley. What are you talking about, Lonnie? Her name is Medley.
So, are you guys done going through some random women's clothes? Just
And
I mean, I
jewelry.
guess it could also-
Don't forget her jewelry.
Yes, we're done.
Yes, we're
why
done.
would maybe just fall off a carriage? Sure. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's
So
And
let's
ignore
beam on it?
and out of character. Ignore the coyotes
There's-
being the same direction as this person.
Does,
Fine.
does anybody have land per vehicle proficiency? Does anybody have their wagon license?
Nope.
No, he's dead.
No, he's sleeping. remember,
yes.
or any other
Sleep-
number of ways that you've
sleep
described
in-
him already.
In eternal slumber.
You've already used dead, Zion. You can't use it again.
Well,
I apologize.
Um, yeah, I can't say any of you have any particular insight to the nature of cart or carriage travel off-road. But yeah, you guys, I assume you hurry on to whatever campsite seems best. It's the plains. One bit of plain is much like the other. I dare say it's a bit plain overall.
Would Hiroshi know what's good playing?
No, it's not a
No.
mountain, remember?
Yes, you're right.
I don't know what do you think is on a mountain? You know, mountains aren't very flat. They're very hilly, like elevation difference.
Does that mean you know a lot about rocks?
I
Yeah.
swear, Shin, if you don't take a level in Ranger with how much you talk about mountain being your favorite terrain,
Alright, so, yeah, you all find yourself. Oh shit! I just ultra zoomed the roll 20 window. Fuck me. Anyway, after a time, you do find a camp. And yeah, Zion, you're just gonna lug that trunk.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Night comes. Pretty thoroughly. Do you build a campfire?
Yeah.
No.
Let's see why not.
It's mid-spring, but there's a bit of bite to the air
do I
tonight
know if
because nothing breaks the wind on the plains.
Do I know if a campfire is gonna attract or deter coyotes?
Roll me a nature or survival at your preference.
Oh, I definitely have a preference out of those two, and it's not survival.
Okay, so you know that people will tell you, often people who live in cities, that fire repels the wild animal. Considering that you are somebody who like mentally converses with a wild animal that very often the Glyake have studied them, you actually know that in certain environments, a fire is, particularly an isolated fire that doesn't seem to be natural, somewhere it isn't, is often a curiosity to animals. Bears do not give a shit. Coyotes, probably not going to be afraid. If you brandished something flaming at them, they'll understand danger, but the presence of the fire won't scare them. What it will do is char your sense to an extent. And depending on context and the wind, they might not smell what they would have smelled otherwise. In another sense, it can carry a scent further if you're burning something. But it could present a source of curiosity for them. It's not gonna scare them away.
Maybe we shouldn't have the fire tonight.
Why?
It's gonna be cold.
There's a cutting wind already flapping about
Yeah.
your shoulders and your cloaks as you say this.
It's
Oh,
alright, I will
I-
be on guard.
I know. We can use these bed sheets I find to keep us warm. We don't want the fire.
They
You know,
seem,
just to justify my findings.
they seem very extravagant.
Yeah.
They're definitely comfy.
Just
Yeah.
if
Until one of these days, you're gonna drop your wallet, and the person who picks it up is not gonna give it back to you.
I would hope they wouldn't. They'd miss out on a lot of money if they did give it back to me.
Okay, that's where we're at.
What?
oh right, I did not bring light as
Did,
a cantrip. Okay.
did we forget that I'm a thief? Like, well, he calls me scalp because
Has Hiroshi ever seen Tento
I don't know
steal
why.
someone's property in that sense?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we forgot.
I
I'm a
mean,
thief.
there's that
talking
whole
about?
envy vision thing that might have tipped
Yeah,
him
it's like,
off.
you
No,
know,
you've stolen stuff before that.
yeah, this is what happens.
He ran around in a city that was being under siege. Tento steals.
Well, Lonnie is going to at
if we
least
don't want
let
fire,
Zion
we
know
have all
that
these
the
lovely
fire
bed
might
sheets.
attract more attention. And I guess
I mean,
Lonnie will help take
what's the
first
worst you can
watch
find out
then.
here?
I mean, I don't think a fire's gonna make that big
Since
of a
half of us
difference.
don't have,
We're on a
since
plane.
half of us don't have night vision.
We've got very unique smelling chudlings over there.
Oh, they smell terrible, by the way.
Like
I forgot about
creature
them.
is gonna know we're here. They already know we're here.
I mean, since we were at the pools, I would have had the 20L just like.
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
no, 20L
That's
actually
what
dries.
Zion
You have,
uses
I mean, like
time
some
for.
of the it's important to note that one of these chud speakers has devolved into because the average chudling is a human, right? There you've encountered goblin and hobgoblin chudlings as well, but the average one is a human. But the chud speaker is kind of like a Neanderthal. Like he's changed by Chud's magic, and he's got this fur on him, like this bear pelt, and that shit has things clinging to it that the whole the naiad wasn't gonna let it come in her upper pool, but you wash it out in the lower pool, and you ever just take a glass out of the out of the washer, and it's still got a bit of dirt on it, as we call in my family clean dirt. It's very clean because it's been washed. Yeah, there's a lot of clean dirt still clinging to the Chud speaker's pelt, and it does still just have this. It's almost like you freshened a not great aroma. But yes, they are comparatively clean, and they don't reek to high heck as they would have otherwise. 120L pops them down. Zion, I'm assuming you're just gonna throw down the trunk somewhere.
yeah.
All right, and everybody's Tento's.
I guess since we're not starting a fire, Tento's gonna grab one of the sheets and just wrap himself in it. It's like, look.
Oh, okay, so you're not starting a fire.
Oh, I'm saying we should start a fire. It's
Lonnie
cold.
just mentioned
Oh, we should?
it might
Oh yeah, sure.
attract more
No, if
attention.
Hiroshi, it says we should, and who is Tento not to listen to Hiroshi, right?
Right,
Tento,
because
you,
Scout never listens to me. Okay.
I listen
he
to
never
you,
listens to me
Lonnie.
either.
I listen.
Yeah, when it's
Whether
convenient.
I choose, whether I choose to acknowledge is entirely different. But I agree with Hiroshi. We should start a fire. Let's start a fire.
All right, so Tento, you take out your fire starter, magnesium flares, and there's a small fire, mostly fed by the thicker ferns you could find to hand. It requires a constant stoking by whoever's up at the time because it's a bit white and smoky because it is a fresh grass fire, but it does the job. And yeah, the strong winds do battle at it and try and whip it down a bit. Roll me a survival to see how well you make this fire, in fact. Yeah, it's decent. It's sputtering, but it's decent as long as someone's feeding it. Yeah, and what are the watches for tonight? If nothing else would be said or done before we get to that point, the sun is well and truly set by the time you're fully.
Lonnie will volunteer for first.
I'll take middle.
I'll take their watch.
Yeah.
Zion will take all watches.
Because Zion requires a little sleep.
It's not like Zion doesn't need to be unconscious to sleep.
Yeah, Zion can stay alert.
All right, so is it just Zion?
No, Lonnie's first.
Okay.
Then Tento, then Hiroshi.
All right, so. Yeah, you guys pass a night on the plains, or so you begin to. Tento, you're asleep with some nice. You bundled up with some nice sheets. They feel very cozy. And Lonnie, you're awake, right?
Yeah.
You're awake. Zion is sentinel resting, right?
Mm-hmm.
and you hear in the distance, closer, much closer than the last time, but not as loud, not communicating over as long of a distance.
Ani can pretend to be surprised.
Yeah, does anybody, do you or Zion look out to the north? It's not loud enough to instantly rouse Tento or Roshi from their slumber.
Oh wait, I have speak with animals on.
Yeah, you do.
What are they saying?
What they're
Let's
saying...
go kill these motherfuckers.
No, it's basically it's like they're saying like here, 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 and they're sort of like babbling to each other in a way that like socially makes sense to them as they announce their presence, and it's less like a game of Marco Polo and more like a game of let's convene. And they're more silently saying now, strange fire, and one of them says cooking, and the other one says no, can't smell meat, and they're like oh. And they get closer, and as they get closer, their voices get dimmer and harder to hear. Are you looking out to the north?
As they get closer, oh, I guess they're going to sneaking.
Well,
Lonnie's gonna.
it sounds like the sources of the voices are getting closer to one another, so they're not having to howl as loudly
Yeah.
to communicate.
Lonnie's gonna use Druidcraft to douse the fire
All right. Whoosh.
and see if that changes anything for them.
All right. And Zion, are you how awake are you during Sentinel's Rest? Like, would you be acting and moving around at this point, or?
Let's see. I see and hear as normal, so
All right. And what's your passive perception again?
15.
Okay. You definitely see some silhouettes to the north.
Oh, so they're already here. Okay.
They have, however, stopped when the fire gets snuffed, and they're holding maybe 200 feet north of where you are.
Do coyotes tend to be cowardly or reckless?
They're definitely so. I would say you've already made a nature roll. I will say that you're a Glyake. You've got some animal knowledge. Coyotes are, generally speaking, opportunistic, and they will do things like they will act unpredictably under the proper. They are predictably unpredictable. They tend to be a little rowdy in terms of canines. They're not tough. They're not going to stand and fight where a wolf pack might. They know that they're not
Okay.
that tough, but they're a little more like dogs. And you know, sometimes you have like you keep out a dog, right, to like keep the coyotes away.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes like you need to understand is the coyotes have some charisma, and there's this kind of half dog, half coyote that you meet. Because sometimes the dog's supposed to defend the herd, and the coyote's like, "Hey, how's it doing? Nice to meet you. Fancy seeing you here."
Just tempt the dog away and kidnap the dog.
Yeah,
That's not what I'm imagining.
the dogs, the dogs are they can be a bit scary in a fight, but like you don't think that they present no risk to you and your companions.
Okay,
They're less
yeah,
scary
Lonnie's-
than a wolf. And you haven't been afraid of wolves for a while.
Oh, Kavancha was.
Mhm.
Lonnie's just gonna call out to them there's nothing for you here. Just move on.
And then one of them, I think about this one, like, oh, and one of them howls back, and says, "Who are you who speaks so strangely? Whose howl is so wet?"
Someone that's a bigger match. That's too much of a match for you.
They howl in response to this, almost a cackle of laughter and amusement. And the one who speaks says, "We do not come here for offense. We are just looking for food." And they They seem to be like getting in close and like conversing amongst themselves. It's hard to take in the tenor of the conversation of silhouettes 200 feet
Inside
away.
a coyote.
You can incite a coyote, absolutely. You can converse with it. You can souse its intentions. Give this insight. Yeah, it's hard to say. They could be feigning a retreat. They could be discussing a plan. They could be deciding it's time to fuck off. They had already pointed out that they didn't smell any meat cooking, so they don't have any great reason to believe there's anything dead over there. And they'd rather scavenge or like break into a kip coop than try to like chew on a live person's leg. Like that's not
Yeah.
really their MO if it can be helped. So the coyotes, there's about 6 of them. 6 of them and like a pup in heel, and they're of an age that they are in their physical prime, but they're also not gonna try and get themselves killed. You guys have presented enough. You conversing with them is, you think it's interested them. You don't know how. You don't know if that means they're gonna try and come down here, or if that means they're gonna fuck off.
Oh, Lonnie's just gonna let them know, like, there's no food for you here.
And they say,
Oh no, they're cute.
and one of them calls, then where is the food, if you are the food knower? Oh, oh. Good question, good question. Where's the food? Where's the food? Food knower, food knower.
Zion prepares a lightning blast.
All right, you're like, is that like you like switch to the lightning gun and there's like an
Yep.
audible crackle, right? Like a
Mhm.
blue light in the dark, and then like at that there's a little yelp and they like scatter a little. And even though you're 200 feet away, there should not be ground lightning right now. So the coyotes do seem to back away.
Lonnie will just tell them, like, I don't know where food is for your kind, since we feast differently than you.
They kind of say, fair enough, fair enough, and they seem to be withdrawing. They're headed back in the direction of the path that you guys that you crossed and found the trunk on earlier. They don't seem to offer any further conflict, and they're drawing away, maybe 300 feet now. Further, you see movement on the horizon, and by this point, it's like, is that a bush or is that a coyote? They've drawn away.
Okay.
Oh my God.
After they like actually back away a bit, Lonnie will relight the fire.
All right, yeah. You relight the fire. And with that, I believe the first. So like, time goes by. The coming shifts awaken. Do you mention when you wake up the next shift anything?
Since they were just curious, I don't think Lonnie. I don't think she thinks it's important enough because it doesn't seem like they're coming back.
All right. Tento takes his turn tone, and Orochi, I believe, rocks out with the last watch of the night. Yeah.
Yeah, are we skipping Tento's turn?
No, it goes to Tento, and then it goes to Orochi. Tento watches.
Oh, okay.
And all that Tento does is look out at an empty plain and shove grass and roots on a needy
Yeah,
fire.
he's just like, huh.
Tento,
get
you
night vision
long
these
for
days.
the comfort of that nice blankie, and you wrap yourself in it, and you're like, oh, very nice. Yeah, Tento's turn goes, Oroshi's comes, and then so the sun. You let the fire die out. There's no more need for it. The next day has come.
All right, Hiroshi, would you like a tattoo?
Sure, buddy. Of what?
Of whatever you want.
Did we decide what school of magic we can, or what spell list we can use?
my spell list
Or I think
or your spell
technically-
list.
I don't have any spell list.
Wait, did we determine if like Lonnie can give someone else a tattoo? Or is it just like the
You can
or
imbue
the
the spell, but I have to make the item.
hmm But it can just essentially pull from any of our spell lists as long as
Yes.
we're complicit.
Hmm.
Okay.
I mean, if we can do that, then probably a cure wounds or
Yeah.
healing word.
I have cure wounds. I can give you that.
Probably for the best.
So I'll make one of those.
I also don't remember what is your modifier? I'm just curious. For spells.
Uh,
Bell City.
intelligence, so +4.
Okay. Yeah, doesn't really matter. It's just which spell you want. Cool.
Alright, well, we should probably get moving.
Yeah.
You head forth upon the plains, and given that you are no longer leaving the forest with the magical guidance of the woods, you must indeed make your land to travel roads at the beginning of the day. Tento keeps an exceedingly good eye out.
I'm the best.
A really good eye out. Orochi, you do a fine job. You're gonna be on a road soon anyway. It's all right. It's all right.
How? Oh wait, no, we're just missing it, so yeah, I guess it's worth it.
My dude. Jeez.
Yeah, and the shame is that you start rocking out.
Lonnie just ends up playing a lullaby and puts the DM to sleep.
Yeah, you got me yawning. So, what happens? Okay, so
Yes.
I was about to ask you guys what happens next. No, I'm the one who knows that. So anyway,
That's what you think.
yeah, as the day begins, Zion, I guess you're trying to forage.
Yeah.
You find some rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Tasty rocks.
Tento, there's some tasty rocks. Would you like
No,
some?
no, we
Are you
talked about this.
Oh,
We
yeah.
say no the rocks.
How about this tree branch?
Jeez, who? Why are you scavenging for food? Why isn't Lonnie doing it? She has a wolf.
I think tree branch. I think tree bark is actually really good in fiber. I'm
See?
gonna pretend that that's true.
Why would you let Roshi do it? He's not very good at navigating the road, so.
Come
You might
on,
as well-
What
Scout.
road?
He
We're
went
on
through.
the plains.
So
Come
you,
on,
Yeah,
Scout.
yeah,
It went
you
through
still
so
can't
much
navigate well.
effort to find food for you. The least you could do is try it.
So you prepare to head down to the road, and I will say, Tento, with a 26 perception to study the land around you, you do get the vibe that someone definitely cut off the road along the way you're going, maybe towards that old path. And it does seem like a relatively flat bit of ground if one wanted to, try and make a go of it in a vehicle. And it seems that they definitely turned off before the intersection where you have to go by the Brass Eye Citadel. Like the area you're headed to is where they turned off.
What does that mean?
Hmm?
I'm like, not quite sure how to translate that information.
Roll me an insight.
Something at this hex scared them off the road.
Okay.
So you think they didn't want to get too close to the Brass Eye Citadel, and you think that they might even be trying to avoid the border crossing. You think that they might be trying... So, okay. The Brass Eye Citadel is here. They probably want to avoid... They probably didn't want the eye to see them. And they thought, if we cut off the road here, we won't get seen. Additionally, Climbing a hill, rolls, pathfinder. Hold on. March setter DC. If they beat 15, okay, yeah. 1 extra hex for DC 15. Okay. You got you. Here's what you basically get, Tento. Somebody definitely took like a vehicle here off the road because they wanted to avoid being noticed while they headed north. Rich people don't live out here, but they might be trying to cross the border into Grabotchland. You know that the official border crossing, which is normally controlled by the heirs of Osor, is probably pretty understaffed, considering most of them have gone south to join the war.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were someone who knew the heirs of Osor were joining the war, or had heard that news, and that they had laid siege to the Brass Eye Citadel, and you were trying to get north without being seen by either group, or one in particular, you could take the road to here and then cut off. Taking the road for speed and then risking an old path through the plains. They'd have to be relatively well informed. They'd have to have heard about the siege, and they'd have to know that there was an old road here to take, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's more or less what your insight gets you. And with Lonnie's great performance and a swift pace, you can get 3 hexes today. And that means that before noon, you can be back in the Brass Eye Citadel. I take it you would care to be?
Sounds good to me.
I don't see anywhere else to go, so
Alright, so is it the grass field? No, I'm tripping. You guys were in the camp zone.
So now that we're here, are we bringing the chair with us, or are we leaving it here and go and talk to Yanlong first?
I don't
That's it.
think if we said no, I don't think he would do anything to stop us.
Probably not.
I mean, he specifically said he wanted this chair. I don't think he's gonna take no lightly.
I think he just wants to know more about it, but he's not desperate enough to. He's not in a desperate situation to get this chair.
Just saying, he basically controls half the town now that the 1/3 of the magic person of town is gone.
Magic person.
Am I remembering that right? There's 3 magic users that was like basically
Popular.
I
controlling
think
the
you're
region
right.
more or less.
So there were several prominent wizards and other magi who were the wizard merchants are like a serious power block in Raziwa, and yeah, one of the major ones got removed, meaning that there is less room, but there are less people at the top now. So Yanlon's political position has been advanced by this. He referred to the Geomancer as a friend, and based on information you have, the Geomancer may or may not be dead. There's a possibility that he's alive. But he's definitely not, last you knew, anywhere near Raziwa or capable of doing anything.
Yeah. Considering the shifty friends of Tento don't have a strong foothold, that means other people do. People like Yanlon.
Yeah, so you guys arrive. Zion is carrying a trunk. But where is Zion? Did I say
He's
over?
just carrying it.
Did I not copy paste over
This was made
Zion?
By Zion's dedication. He is a true friend.
Did I not carry over Zion? Oh, I did carry over Zion. It's right there. Alright, so here it is. Yeah. Y'all roll up. You got 2 horses there. So it was like, hail, 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 and well met. Yes, hello, well met, Shade of the Mountain. Ah, I see you returned from your journey. Tell us, have you seen Moranlos? How is he doing these days? They're happy to see you.
Have we seen Merlos? When was the last time we saw that man?
when we were with the army in
Yeah, he's still with the army. He's
Ash Pit.
Okay.
he's commanding the army in Ash Pit while you guys go do a side quest, basically.
Ah, yes. Oh. Yeah, I've not seen Mirandos. He is still with the army. Also, I found some nice cloths. Would you like a new bed sheet?
And there's like, I would love a bed sheet. Tell me, did you purchase this, or when it it's part of some quest?
Oh, I found it on the road.
And they're like, what? Have you made any effort to restore it to its previous owner? I mean, look around. Like, what do you mean? You just looted this shit? They don't say that, but they seem a little surprised at the implication. They're trying to give you the benefit of the doubt on this one.
I guess they don't know I'm a thief, do they?
As Tento says, finders keepers.
Tento just fucking laughs.
Does he? I'm curious. Has he actually said that? I
Yeah, he
don't
has.
doubt he
Def-
would say something like
Definitely
that.
implies. Oh god, Zan, you're hilarious.
Yeah, the hairs also kind of like visibly cringe, and they're like, well, it is good to receive the shade of the bounty here at the brass eye sigil now, and to the cause of righteousness. And you know, like you're like welcome to come visit. Most of the
Do they
people
happen
who you
to
met
emphasize
here,
the word righteousness?
you know, they definitely say the word righteousness. And yeah, I mean, like, you know, Glinda isn't here. Some of the other people aren't here. They've gone their separate ways. But the heirs of Osor are holding down the fort. There's still like the vague bit of blue smoke on the upper levels, but you know it's mostly cleared out. And
Is Nedley here?
who?
That's what he
Nedley.
deigned to name the Chimera.
Oh, yeah, because you guys left the Chimera in the care of the heirs of Osor, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. The Chimera is still here and has by this point made a full recovery. And gives a roar and like stomps out when it sees you.
Oh man, I was hunting for food. I think I was gonna try to hunt for food for. Well,
The heirs of Osor are like, oh yes, the Chimera has been eating us under the table. Not to be rude,
Like,
and of course you can build
metaphorically or
your
literally?
mount here, but would be perhaps appropriate if we found a new source of meat for the dear thing. I think it wants to hunt. It roars.
I don't think it actually knows. She actually knows how to hunt.
Well, she's not gonna be able to live on her own until she does.
I know. I'm trying to work on it. I think I like actually like spent some time trying to teach her one time. How did she take to that?
Very confused.
Wait, so what?
I think I like tried to like give her pointers for hunting like one time. I don't know if she did well with that or not.
Yeah, well, also the Chimera, like, they haven't really been letting the Chimera just, like, do whatever because, you know.
Yeah.
That's no problem.
They're like, they're a little concerned is all. They're like, they're treating this like it's a you problem. Like, this is your mount who you happen to leave here, you know?
Lonnie, this creature may not be natural, but it does have a right to live on its own.
You don't. I'm not the one you have to convince.
Because I
Well,
thought you were the one that wanted to keep the Chimera here. Well, Tento did too, but he doesn't count in this conversation.
No, I don't want to keep. I don't want to keep it here. I want to bring it with us. There's a difference. I want to raise it.
Yeah, no, that's fully grown, Tento.
How? What? Genetically, yeah, I guess it is fully grown. I actually don't know how old this Chimera is.
Probably not that old.
Yeah, it's like probably like 2 years old.
So, are we resting here before we move on, or are we going to keep going?
I mean, it's only midday.
It's midday. It's not even midday yet. You guys arrive before the midday quarter strikes because you get such a great time because the line is presumably still just shredding on the shamisen.
Yes, as I talk right now.
Yeah,
I'm
you-
Yeah,
still
you just
playing.
shred it. Like, damn, Lonnie.
Absolutely
Go.
just laying down.
It's fucking beast on that Samurai.
But yeah, so the heirs of Osor are happy to receive you, but you can travel on from here. There's also the question of the retrieval of the chair and where you want it sent to.
Are we gonna
Lonnie's
take it
gonna-
with us?
Lonnie's gonna leave the chair. Like, because I presume we're bringing it, right?
Yeah. I say we bring it and give the young one.
You want to bring it with yourselves.
I think like
with
either.
ourselves? No, we can't do that.
You can put it on the baggage train. The heirs of Osor will make sure it gets wherever you want it to go, but you got to tell them where it's going.
Is it gonna be safe in transport, or like do we need to like do bodyguard duty?
The heirs of you guys with the fall of the Brass Eye Citadel control Western Cathadak. The rebellion holds Western Cathadak. And you don't. There is not presently an enemy presence in the region. The heirs of Osor are pretty tough and not going to be beat off by any random bandit or other bullshit. The only person who, I mean, do you ask the heirs of Osor, or are you just racking your own memory here?
No, I just like, no, I wouldn't like, I wouldn't question like whether or not they can do it. Just like the general state of like safety around here right now.
They say, yes, well, many of the, all of the towns and municipalities have recognized Kozagedek's rightful claim, backed, of course, by the wielder of the Hammer of Osor himself, your friend Renlos. And I would say that while it is a time of war, Cathadak is no stranger to war, and there is general peace in the realm. And there has even been a quieting of the rivers and the disturbances there since around a week or two ago. And as he closes on the date, you realize that more or less around the time of the Battle of Ashpit, he seems to be the time he's referencing. That the rivers have been a bit quieter.
Okay.
And the heirs of Osor say, yes, well, I mean, there's trolls out west, but I don't think we're going too far out west. And there's the ogres in the south, and they're a bit bold, but they won't stray far from their territory unless we were trying to take it, say, south of Rodachi. I don't think it would be an issue. And even then, we would just, request more assistance from the local authorities. And the only thing really that's causing a problem is they kind of look between each other and say, "Are you familiar with the marauders in the west?" Yes.
No.
The orcs.
There is a as the Gudaroshi says, a tribe of orcs has seen the chaos and descended into the region, and they raided quite freely before the new reign of those of us loyal to the proper Graph. Now, they have been more quiet since the Battle of Rodachi and Battles of Rodachi and Ashpit. Perhaps they recede now that they see a unified force. And another heir says, perhaps they recede, or perhaps they prepare to strike somewhere else. And if it be in Western Cathadak, or if it be elsewhere. And they kind of shrug.
You mentioned one of your stories about an albino orc or something like that?
And they all nod and say, yes, an albino Kartek, indeed. I believe paladin of some sort is their spiritual liege. And then one of them even remarks and says, yes, terrible blade he wields. I believe it is of some offense to arthropods.
Does it kill spiders?
Well, it some fell weapon slicked red with the eternal blood, or some other vile thing. I mean, it certainly sounds like an evil thing to hear. I'm no curse expert, but when I hear about some evil sword that's like dripping with blood and slaying foes and such, not in a heroic fashion, you understand, but in a rather malice-filled nature, I tend to make assumptions.
Raise an eyebrow at Tento.
But they are
That's
certainly
okay.
certainly agents of chaos, discord, and evil, and they sow only death, and they come to take of those who have honestly worked the land, and with great injustice act upon the people in a violent manner. And so we rebuff them.
Did Kabancho actually mention the details of this to us, or
Yeah, he did.
okay?
He at the time he mentioned all this, but he said that he realizes that we're kind of pressing. And at the time, I can't remember what we were exactly doing, but he
It
said
was
if
like
we have
right
time
before
after.
Radachi. It was right
Yeah.
before the Battle of Radachi, and you were like, well, maybe afterwards we can go handle the marauding orcs in the west who have a weapon that kills my people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or so I think. I don't know. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't.
I remember you mentioning it because you guys
No, I did.
you guys had a serious conversation about it. Yeah, literally, they would basically say that unless that particular orc tribe was trying to intercept this shipment, they don't think there's anybody in the region, short of the diamond worm waking up, that could, really stop them from moving this thing.
I thought you were gonna talk about the druids.
They don't seem to be aware of or perceive any particular druid threat, nor do they think that they would head him off.
Well, Lonnie is gonna take this time to try to teach the Chimera some hunting tips while everyone else figures out if we're bringing the chair or if the errors are and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Alright,
I mean, realistically, is it the chair gonna slow us down that much?
It's more of if we have a way to transport it, you know?
So you can bring the Dot-Rooted
Cool.
Warden and 120L, and you can have them just carry the chair behind you. This would entail the chair being either nakedly visible or, like, I don't know, tied up in a tarp. But you guys don't have a cart or a wagon or anything, and you'd probably need to go over relatively flat ground to transport it. You couldn't retrace your steps through the hills carrying that chair. But you could take it. You could personally carry it. You'd just probably be sticking to roads.
We do have a bunch of bed sheets.
Yeah. And there's stuff here you could use. Like, you have access, but they'll take care of it for you. Like, outside of, like, a major antagonist acting against you. And they don't think that Gedi Varkar's forces, the forces
Honestly,
of the current
foreshadowing.
regime, can do anything. I mean, like, I'm just literally telling you, like, unless the orc decides I want that fucking chair and knows where it is and can get there in time to intercept it, there's no one who's going to stop the shipment.
Can we get a glance at the overhead map and see what the road would look like if we took it and
Yeah.
the flat sections?
So
everything in this brown gray is mountain, right?
this area is like steep hills. Extreme hills, basically. Yeah.
And we have to go through the blighted land to get this across.
Yeah, so you take a road through the Blade Land, through a destroyed village, past an extant village. You need to come to Blight's End, stroke Crooked Tree, and then make it out to Radachi. You basically take the road south to Radachi, put that shit on a boat, take it north to Verziwa. Or take that shit, put it on a boat, send it north to Ashpit.
Oh, I have full faith in the heirs of Osor.
I do too. Let's let them send that. Let's let them take that.
All right.
Yeah.
And where do you and so Lonnie, you're teaching the Chimera like you want to find the food, the meat, it's big, and Like the Chimera's like learning, it's like and it at this point it's like, well, what about all of these people in these houses? There's so much meat all there at once. Why don't I just go have a little bite of them?
Because then they're going to work together to kill you and make sure it doesn't happen again.
And I'm like, but what if there's no survivors?
People will hear
It
about
brings up a good point.
And the Chimera thinks about it.
There's
The
I
Chimera's
know
like,
you haven't seen the outside world a lot, but there's a lot of, even if like it seems like it's one nest, that nest is still connected to other nests.
like an ant hive. And yeah, the Chimera seems to be picking up what you're laying down. Roll me a persuasion.
Oh gosh, I feel like this is a lot more important.
I just want you to film this so I can laugh at this. It's not miserable. I was
It's
hoping for a
average.
one.
You know, it's you feel like you may or may not have altered the moral compass of the creature.
It's a slow process.
Is it? Also, like, is it easier to teach than Zion?
What? I learn things very fast.
Lonnie makes a mental note to start guidancing her future lessons.
So, yeah, and I guess the bajillion-dollar question is: are you bringing the Chimera with you as your new steed?
Tinta would love to bring around Chimera.
Lonnie
But
is going
he
to
also-
ask the Chimera, like, the fire needs to get out. Do you like having the fire? Even
Yeah.
if it makes you uncomfortable?
And the Chimera thinks about this, and it's confronted with a real, like, you know, tongue twister, and it just
And Lonnie's just
thinks-
gonna add in, like, breathing fire will usually make hunting harder. It will make it easier to kill, but to sneak up and catch something off guard, it will make it harder.
Yeah, it does. It's angry. It says, oh, "I need to let the fire out. The fire burns inside me. Better to let it flow than hold it inside."
Lonnie wants to incite it. She's essentially trying to figure out, like, if the Chimera was given the choice to get rid of the fire, would it take it? Or, like, does it like it enough that, like, it wouldn't get rid of the fire? Can I
Yeah,
try
I'll
insight?
insight. Yeah. Yeah. So let me think about this for a second. Yeah. So it does not want to lose the fire. It doesn't love the fire, but it wants to live with the fire because it mostly wants to escape and fly and get meat and, you know, have and a little adventure, you know. It wants to be free, and you convince it to come back to the tower, but it's still not necessarily happy here.
Okay.
And I mean, like, if it didn't have the fire, it would be more comfortable. So it's hard to say whether it would agree or not to losing the fire, but it doesn't seem. They don't seem comfortable with the fire.
Okay, Lonnie's just gonna convey to it, like, if, like, I know you want to fly free, but let me help you learn how to hunt first before you go free.
It nods and says this is acceptable, and like the many heads twist and the Chimera is appeased for the moment. That's the
And Lonnie's just gonna let it know that we're gonna be making a trip soon.
all right. And the Chimera's like, with me.
Yes.
Amazing. All right, the Chimera hops is scattering.
I go pick up some stuff for this trip.
All right,
Wait,
so
Chimera?
the Chimera
When
is.
did you bring it to the party?
Yeah. How do you? You guys like? Is this happening in the hallway and everyone witnesses that, or?
Just like when we start saying off, I presume the Chimera's just gonna follow.
Maybe. So you guys
like-
just step in.
So you don't
Communication?
tell us.
Forewarning? You think Lonnie learned her lesson from one lecture?
All right. So you guys are gonna bring the chair, right? You're gonna. Oh, no, you're not.
I
You're
think
you're
the
out.
air-
You're
They were
having the chair
delivering
set.
Yeah.
it. They're-
And Zion, do you want to bring the dot-rooted warden with you, or do you want to leave him here, or do you want to send him on to the army?
I'll send it on to the army.
All right. So the dot-rooted warden has been sent on to the
So-
army, and will join your menagerie of automata.
Do we have a way to communicate with the army still and let them know that there's an automaton that looks like a thing that was keeping prisoners at the Brass Eye
I mean,
Citadel
No,
in their cells?
presumably it's gonna travel with the heirs of Osor during a baggage
Yeah.
train, and then
Yeah.
someone there will be able to be like, "Yeah, no, this is friendly." And
Okay,
join with
that's also
Zion
okay.
robots. So technically speaking, the same is true for the Iron Sars, which look an awful lot like a Red Iron army that recently marauded through the countryside and destroyed
but-
a bunch of stuff.
Will we introduce them to the army versus, a lone robot coming up to the army?
Yeah. So you guys are gonna try. And are you offloading the Chudlings, strokes having them sent to the army here, or are you trying to bring these two with you?
Offloading.
Offloading, and you're bringing. So basically, the party select screen is the party
Plus one Chimera.
the party plus one Chimera and 120L.
Yeah.
And what about the trunk of someone's like random clothing that you've semi-admitted to stealing after finding it on the road?
What? Oh, it's ours.
what should we do with that?
It's Tentos.
Yeah, I guess I'll just send it off with the chair. Maybe
Alright.
Yong Long will like it.
All right,
I
yeah.
don't think the heirs of Osor would be happy to carry stolen goods with them.
I mean, technically we stole the chair too.
Yeah, I mean, like they didn't like they're not like advancing like the point any further than they did. They weren't happy, but like obviously things have been acquired in war by means of force, and picking up something that was abandoned isn't really like the thing they're worried about right now. If you were someone else, they might pursue this a little more adamantly.
But I'm not. I'm fucking Tento.
Just saying, like, we do have a limit of what we can get away with. These
What do
people
you
are pretty
mean?
set in their ways.
Indeed.
Uh-huh.
So you all gather up, and the fucking Chimera stomps out as you're having this conversation about morality, and it kind of like breathes its fire into the air.
Actually, quick thing, Roshi,
Is-
I think asked Lonnie about
Hmm?
transferring the bond. Lonnie's gonna ask the group if we have any spare letters to invitations to hand out, and also check the invitation in case someone's written on it. 'cause I
Yeah,
don't
has
think
Tyr
anyone ever
written
checked it.
anything other than
Tento's-
kill on the invitation?
Gosh, I think Tento's only one with his invitation. I don't remember
Yeah,
anyone else having them.
Kabancho would have had his, so unless like we chose to leave it on his
Corpse.
corpse, and or like his belongings. I presume we just have another letter flying around.
Let's see,
Invitation.
TRS is.
That's up to you guys to
Well,
decide. I don't loot my
Miranda's
own
has
body.
one. I'm the only one that didn't have one.
Because you gave it to like Tac Tac or something, or one of those
gives it-
guys.
No, I think no, I gave it to what's her name? The bard back
Give it
at
to
the
Skirt.
No,
Oh,
no, it's back at our castle.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Forgot her name.
Oh, you're right. Holy shit! I forgot
But the
all about
guardian
her.
of the Swordsman
Yeah.
Mountain.
Jesus, I
Keep-
forgot all about that person.
Ooh. Okay,
I forgot
Wait a
about that.
that works.
Callbacks! Woo!
Jeez,
I guess
that was a while
Miranda's
ago.
doesn't have his
Yeah.
because For a while, Dirk had one.
I thought we would have. I thought we would have taken that back though. I presume Morelos has his. I think it's just Tento and Cabanchos that are free
Yeah.
floating.
When did
Yeah, I mean, mine's on my person.
Because usually the invitations are like temporary lend outs, not, and like there's no one else we would have like given it to be like,
Bartigo?
hey, you need to hold on to this for a while.
Borga had it for a while too.
Yeah, but assuming since like Morelos is with the army, we wouldn't have left 2 invitations over there.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
All right, we'll give a stricter accounting in the future, but yeah, I think that makes sense.
We also totally forgot that these were a thing for a while.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Tyr
for a
very
while, all he
diligently
said was
every day
kill.
wrote kill. He
Yeah,
never
he's
forgot.
like, he's just typing.
No
Tyr's
one's
just writing kill on
and
it,
no
so
one
like.
was there.
And it's working. It's working. See how many fucking kills you've racked up?
Yeah, even Lonnie's gotten kills now.
Yeah.
So, what'd you want to do with it?
Well,
The Chimera
Hurricane
roars.
here thinks that'd be a good idea to leave one with the heirs for now, or at least have some way to contact them.
I mean, you can also like send messengers and like other things that normies do. I'm not suggesting you act like a normie. You could even have Kane friend fly a letter.
Oh yeah!
Yeah, that's right. We have
Danger
Danger
Noodle.
Noodle.
Danger Noodle!
But like, you know, yeah, if you use magical communication that is of a certain type, it is less likely to be intercepted. If anybody wants to know more about magical communication and its interception, they could roll a history or an arcana. But yeah, more or less, you know that
So
there
do
are.
we want to use Danger Noodle to communicate, or do we want to use letter to communicate, or invitation to communicate?
I think Danger Noodle is good enough, in my opinion.
Okay.
And do you all in character say Danger Noodle, all knowing you're referring to Zion's like Kane?
I thought that
I
was the
say
actual
Danger Noodle.
name.
That was the name.
We
All
are
right.
using proper nomenclature
Yeah,
here.
We are.
All right, so the Chimera roars very hungrily and is on the road with you guys.
Whoa,
Tento turns to
Lonnie.
turn around, I was like, why is it with
Why is
us?
the Khmer following us?
Because I told her to.
And you were gonna bring this up when?
Wait, Orochi.
I guess
Remember,
now.
she has a name, Orochi. Her name is Medley.
Fine.
Also,
I
when
guess her
did
name
Medley
is
start calling us?
Medley.
The whole eye
cute
roll
and all,
thing.
But this Chimera is not coming with us to town. A town that was being harassed by, well, I guess Razira specifically wasn't being harassed by the Brasa Citadel.
It'll be fine. I've got it covered.
How are you gonna convince a whole town that this monstrous-looking creature isn't gonna burn their house?
Just
Or
trust
their
me.
country?
Look, we're wasting daylight. Let's go. And I am wasting
No.
time
This
trying
this
to
requires
teach.
a specific explanation. Do you guys just roll into town with dangerous, like visibly dangerous creatures?
No, usually it's
Do
eye
you
rolls.
threaten
Tento.
every town you go to?
What
with your
a
presence?
I mean,
I mean, it's one thing with coming with an army to cause a rebellion and overthrow the authority. It's another to bring a fucking creature that would just as easily be seen destroying the town.
Tento's gonna like lean over the line. So is this how it feels? Is this like you see all the time when you guys yell at me? Just like one person just yelling and just like saying how irresponsible I am, etc., etc.
Lonnie is going to transfer the bond from. Actually, no. Did it
The
seem
blood
like the
mage.
Chimera can understand human speech or like dice brack?
It seems to understand bits.
Okay, never mind. She'll just like cancel speak with animals and just like, look, I was going to ask some help from some pixies to polymorph the Chimera while we're in town.
Pixies.
She just doesn't know it yet.
Ooh, I love using that excuse too, Lonnie.
So you're gonna bring fake creatures into town to polymorph the larger creature.
No,
Poly-
I'm doing it outside of town.
You do know polymorph doesn't last that long, right?
We're not gonna be in there that long.
Wait, Roshi, how do you know how polymorph works?
I've been educated. Tento, do you think I just don't know anything? I wasn't born on
I
the mountain
believe
and
you
stayed
know.
in the mountain.
You didn't?
No, I grew up with a family. I had an education. I chose the hermit life. I wasn't born into it.
We just need to get her to Yanlon's house. I wanted to ask him if he had anything that could help.
Okay, I'm gonna stand with Roshi right here. That town just got destroyed by a bunch of fey creatures. I don't think you're gonna be able to sneak that chimera in. And if
And I'm not
anything,
sneaking in a chimera. I'm probably sneaking in
Pixies. Fake creatures.
pixies, yeah, fey creatures, yeah.
They're a lot easier to hide. It'll be fine.
Not for the magic users that are probably on edge.
It'll be fine.
If we get run out of
Hmm.
town, taking
It
responsibility.
won't be my fault.
You probably have a hand in it.
So we'll see. The night's still young.
Enemy head off. Yes.
With
else I'm
Snidley. Nope.
I said my piece.
Yep.
No.
Can I switch my role, or at least like forgo the? I don't know for like remaking roles or whatever, but like, can I like stop the shamisen so I can just?
Sure.
I'm gonna focus on
The
teaching that chimera.
Tinto
Okay.
trusts Lonnie's in her ways. So, he's just gonna be like, like, you got this, because I believe in you and I trust you.
No. Yeah. So.
Insight. How sincere is he on
Alright,
that?
and so are you guys taking the road? Or are you trying to cut back through the place that you guys traveled through last time?
I mean, taking the road is gonna take us what 8-ish days to get back to Rodachi, and I'm assuming it's gonna take us like another 3 days to go upriver.
If you take the road, it is 70 miles. You can move 1, 2, 3, 4, and to be here by nightfall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. End of the next day. You're 3 days out. You're about 3.5 days out from Adachi, assuming no successes on any future
Wait, why can
March
we-
setter rolls.
Why can we not go?
You can cut across the Bladed Plains.
Wait, are the
You can go
are the
through the.
mines
You can
cut off from us?
No, you can go back
Or-
through
No,
Big
that's what he's
Brass.
asking.
You can
Do
go
we take
the
back.
road or
I
do
was
we take
asking,
the
are you roading or are you going back to? You have not told me where you are going. Like, where physically do you walk at this moment?
There wasn't anything too bad in the mines that we haven't taken care of.
Unless the Chimera is
Chim-
uncomfortable being underground.
Yeah, so say is Chimera gonna fit
It's
in
not
those
gonna
tunnels?
be the Chimera's favorite environment, but it'd squeeze through full in its wings, you know.
Or I could just fly the chimera over and meet you guys on the other side.
I want to
that's
ride
fine
on the
too.
Chimera.
I was gonna suggest that.
I want to ride on
I don't
Medley.
think she can carry all of us at once.
No,
She cannot.
I will go through the mines. Maybe the short people can ride the Chimera.
Well,
Hiroshi can still fly.
that will be a 10-mile journey, and you're gonna have to coordinate your locations. You could do it, but you have a chance of
Lonnie, like we've all seen the entrance of the mine, so we can just meet up there.
Yeah, you don't have a GPS or a minimap though.
But I do have a bird's eye view.
True. You certainly do. All right, if that's how you're feeling, Zion and so Zion alone going to walk through Big Brass Mine. Zion and 120L
And 120L.
I'm not gonna let him go by himself.
alone. All right,
by
so
himself.
Orochi goes.
Just so
well-
you guys know.
Lumi's coming with you guys.
Oh, Lumi doesn't get to ride the Chimera?
I don't think Lumi is going to be able to grip without making the chimera
Yeah.
angry.
Also,
Yeah.
just a heads up. One of you has a way to glide. The other one does not. This creature
Yeah.
hasn't exactly been trained.
You actually look up as you think about gliding, and you see the clouds part in just such a way to let you know it's the 10:40. Hey, we'll be back at 10:41. Thank you for coming out. Yeah, I was watching
good
the clock.
segue.
I always watch the clock and then forget when somebody asks me something right beforehand. I get
Good
caught up in it.
Look, it's a sign that this is the way to do it, and that
Yeah.
means also Tento gets to go with them to the mines, as Roshi has pointed out, and it was a sign that what Roshi said was right.
Alright, I'll see you guys when we come back.
I'm back. Hello, dreamers. All good, all good. I mean, you're flying. You're gonna be good. Like I will process a bit of like travel that's probably not really gonna impact you, and then certainly before you guys get into Brazil, where they'll all stop to be sure you're here. And yeah, do. Yeah. So, you guys, Hiroshi and Zion, you move back through these thundered halls of these mines you fought and traveled through. Feels lifeless. Squirming and worming with foes. And it's not that nobody, rises to challenge you. You travel, and you emerge after some time, with Tento and Lonnie riding high in the sky. Tento, give
Back
me
to
give me
Tento. I
Hmm?
ejected Tento riding with us because Orochi did point out that he has no way of safely landing if things go awry.
Oh shit. Tento, how do you respond to that?
I respond to, I just won't fall off. It's just that easy.
This isn't like riding a Sluja.
Uh-huh. And?
Lonnie just resigns herself to possibly having to give up a spell slot.
I mean, it's more similar to a Sluja than a wolf.
High five, Roshi.
Not with the speed. Fine. Lonnie is just going to make sure to sit behind
Oh,
Tento to
Take
make
off-
sure he doesn't fall off.
I didn't take off the fucking brake screen. Oh my god. Yeah. All right. Yeah. You do ride with Tento, flying high in the sky.
So it should be easier to ambush them.
Yeah. Now, one of you two up here, give me a nice perception to try and, from your bird's eye perspective, see a place you've only ever viewed from the ground.
I trust Lonnie in her perception. You got this, Casey. Let Sherry leave. Dang. I want her to make the roll. Fine.
Yeah, you spot it real good. The Chimera swoops down, and you join back up with your friend. You prepare to make it through the mountain passes, which Lee is, of course, already unarchived, because he definitely knew you were coming this way. I'll fucking get all the Verziwa shit while I'm here. Yeah, I have a question. Zion and Hiroshi walk for, like, hours. Right? Together. What do you talk about? Just through the dead solitude?
So, you're a scholar.
Indeed.
You have a field of expertise.
History and a little bit of arcane.
I mean, you seem to be very invested in arcane.
Very, I wouldn't say very.
You went through the whole Brass Eye Citadel and were not surprised by anything, or you didn't show it on your face.
It doesn't. It doesn't show. I don't have a face to. do what you humans do.
Yeah, the concerned look for a teammate. So, not the most fun facial expression you do every day, every decision,
Mm-hmm.
every minute. Well, anyways, speaking of history, how old are you? Do you know?
Good segue.
I remember living for I'm gonna say like few hundred,
Dang.
if I remember correctly. Or maybe it was
If you say a few thousand, I'm gonna freak out more. Cause you saying a few hundred, maybe a few thousand. That seems like something you would
Maybe.
say, but is it?
maybe like
Oh wow.
less than 1,000. Maybe a little less than 1,000.
So I know fleshy mortals tend to not remember everything in their lives. Can you just recall everything over your long lifespan of walking around?
I should have been able to, but something's missing.
Is that because of magic? Is that because of missing components? Does Orochi know how machines work? I don't know. Or at
I
least
don't
Warforged.
know.
Yeah, I mean, you owe me Arcana to have some inkling, but I don't think you've extensively studied any of them.
Nah.
This is probably the only time you've actually like met one.
Wait, he has an education?
Yeah, I have an education. I know things about the world.
Plains or forests, though, just mountains.
So you're out to learn about history and Arcana. Do you
Mhm.
ever wonder, or do you ever try to recover your lost memories? I mean, that's a piece of history there, especially if it's 1,000 years plus.
Yeah, I had some weird feeling when we dipped into that pool.
Yeah, and you had that room you were very interested in the Brass Eye Citadel. You said you
Yeah.
recognized something?
Yeah, the voice sounded familiar.
Well, hope you're able to find your missing history.
I
I'm sure
hope
it's
so too.
very interesting.
Indeed. And you, what are you looking for?
Well, for a while it was just kind of revenge and rage and helping the people I can. But with the Brass Eye Citadel down, most of that is gone. The Eye still exists, and I think I still want to get rid of that organization.
Meanwhile,
Eradicate it.
hundreds of feet in the air, Tento is like, "Come on, do a flip, play dead!" to the Chimera that, you know, Tento and Lonnie are actively riding on, wind buffeting both of you.
Lonnie is actively talking to the Chimera the whole time, trying to teach it how to hunt from the air. I will say.
Yeah, alright. Do you want to give me an animal handling to maybe calm it down? It seems to be like restless as it's considering all these rollover tricks Tento is suggesting.
Yeah, yeah. I guess it was taught rollover at some point. I did say I was gonna have guidance for the lesson, so can I use guidance for
Yeah.
this?
I would hope you could do better than 6.
Yeah, that's it.
There you
Yeah, never mind. I'm fine.
go.
Yeah, you fucking, you managed to keep the Chimera, both Lionhead and Snakehead in
You
line.
want to not make too much wind, and flipping and doing flips will do that. So,
Yeah.
if you want to
Do a
hunt,
barrel
you
roll.
definitely don't want to consider that.
Do a barrel roll.
So that occurs up in the sky. Hiroshi, I believe you were mentioning the brass eye citadel to your pal. But you are emerging at this time, like, out into the sky.
Well, I gotta say, this was a nice change of pace. Not having to worry. And Lumi is
With
oh
you,
my
yeah,
God, such a great companion to walk with.
Yeah,
Such
Lonnie
a great
did.
listener.
she
Lonnie
sticks
did
out her
want
tongue.
to. Lonnie did tell the Chimera like, oh yeah, we can practice on hunting them. We can try to surprise them.
Amazing.
See if you can sneak up on them when they come out.
Amazing. So you circle, you see them come out, they're headed to the crag, and
And their 19 perceptions gone. Or 19 passive perceptions gone.
well, that's what a stupendous thing. So you guys reach this intersection, you're like, wait, where are they? They should have been here by now. Lumi kind of like ruffles as if though she sniffed something, and then the Chimera lets out a roar and like rocks scatter as it has managed to find itself up on this ledge with Tento and Lonnie above you without you guys noticing.
Wait, we don't notice a roaring creature land nearby?
It lands a little bit before you get here, and then roars like once you're at the intersection.
Okay.
Yeah, and after
Lonnie goes to see if she likes head scritches for the good job well done. Although Lonnie was kind of hoping that would actually pounce on one of them.
amazing.
Jesus.
Well, you see, you attack the person that attacks everything in a line. I don't think you actually want that. Or can push you with wind on a creature that's flying. I don't think you want that.
I'll be fine. Does Medley like head scratches behind the
Yeah.
ear?
Responds well to head scratches.
Yay.
Are you like full body spreading like angel like to scratch ears?
Yeah, she did a good job. I am also curious, like, it's a lion body and and she's a female. Does she have a mane?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, listen, the Chimera's got a lot going on here, anatomy-wise. There's fur, there's scale, there's things
Who
happening.
knows? Maybe
you
it was a
know.
male lion with like a female snake and like.
Who's to
Oh
say?
yeah,
Who's to say?
yeah. Who is to say?
There's a bit of a
Chimera.
bushy, a
Chimera
bit of bushy
biology.
main zone. Yeah, you're not sure how the Chimera biology works out on that one. But she's happy to receive the head scratches. Yes.
Does
Oh,
Lumi
while
look
she's doing
like
that, then I'm just gonna walk
frustrated or
down to, like-
jealous?
Lumi just kind of like looks like Baka. You know, you do the normal Lumi sight of Lonnie riding a different mount.
Then it's gonna come down. It's like, how do you guys not see the giant Chimera?
Because you guys were landed and not in the air.
It's still a giant Chimera.
Okay, you were landed above us.
I
Over
really
the
knows
ridge.
that thing.
I don't know what to tell you.
I clap for you.
Is it the thunderclaps?
Lonnie will allow the Chimera to like blow fire in the air in celebration. Also to get it out of her system. While we're still in like dead zones.
Yeah, Lonnie, don't encourage that. We're going to town soon.
I'm teaching her when it's okay to do it.
She need to stop worrying so much. You gotta trust Lonnie.
No. When has that worked for you guys?
Look, you just gotta trust her
Lonnie
sometimes,
is
you know?
just- You know what? Lonnie's gonna hang out with the Chimera instead of going back towards the group after that.
Damn.
Alright, Lumi, I guess Lonnie's not coming back down.
Lumi kind of like, "Grr." I'm thinking to you like you're taking
Hey,
risks
Lumi.
here.
Lonnie just thinks to Lumi like, "Hey, Lumi, go nip Hiroshi, please."
And Lumi's like, I feel like Lumi's like, come down here and nip her yourself. Like, you're like, you're standing,
No.
you're standing Lumi up right now, and you're like, hey, go instigate a fight. I don't know if she wants to instigate that fight for you. Do you think she would?
I also don't think Lonnie realizes that Lumi's jealous. It's like, okay, fine. You both are jerks.
Jesus, she's gonna just say it outright like that. Gonna hurt her feelings.
I'd rather
Man,
her
tell that
feelings be
to
hurt than
tell
her
that
be
to
dead.
Hiroshi, jeez.
You rather what?
I'd rather her feelings be hurt than her be dead.
You also
captured
didn't
again.
hear any of that.
No, that's what Tento said.
Yeah, you also didn't hear Lonnie actually say that to Lumi.
Yeah.
No,
brains,
the
man.
bit where you said he doesn't trust you. That's what
Like,
I
I
was
out loud
responding
said
to.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, he out loud said that bit. And I'm
Okay,
responding to
yeah.
that bit, not to what you said to Lumi. And it's like, I mean, jeez, chill, man. It's fine.
I don't understand how you guys
Can
are
I-
so relaxed about all these like serious things.
Yeah, you sort of just get numb to it after a while.
That's not a good thing.
I didn't say it was. When did I say it was?
You said it so nonchalantly.
Yeah,
Like it's okay.
it's not, but this the cards that were dealt. Kind of just have to roll with the punches.
Or you could try to change.
The Chimera begins to play with the branch, and then apply too much pressure, it snaps it. It goes flying off, and there's like brambles that like spray to the south. It's getting on. You had to spend a long time walking through those tunnels.
Couple hours.
Yeah, and it's you're in like the final like bits of the day, like final third of daylight. But there is the cave you weathered in right to the south here, if you want to stay in there again.
Yeah, might as well. It's not
Yeah.
attacked by burrowing creatures. Dude,
What,
there
you
were
mean the
mind
lynx?
control creatures though. Was
Yeah,
that?
and Scanner isn't here. Yeah, the lynx.
Yeah.
The giant lynx. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Were
it's
they
safe
called
now.
lynx?
Yeah, there
I
was a
learned
giant lynx.
something new about Chimera. Do chimeras have dark vision?
Do chimeras have dark vision? Yeah, there's a golden gleam to their eyes, and they don't report any issues with the night.
Okay, cool.
Are we gonna do watches again?
I mean, we should. Still a lot of trolls and wildlife nearby.
Yeah, so you guys want to shack up in this cave?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Chimera is a little like hesitant, kind of wants to stay outside. It's like, "Rrrr." But you know, you have done a good job handling and training it, Lonnie. So if you ask, it'll come in. Lumi's tagging
I'm not
along.
gonna ask the.
Yeah, I don't think there's really any issue of it staying outside.
It hops up here and lounges on the ledge.
I'm not gonna ask Chimera to be somewhere else. It can be where it wants to be.
Lonnie wants to try to go hunt as well, though.
Have you been successful at hunting yet?
Hmm?
We're what? I guess we're just leaving for war attempt. Oh, let me distract my character down there. It's like, Lonnie, do you want help with the hunting? If I recall, the last few times you tried, it wasn't the best.
If you think you can do better, there's not exactly much to hunt around here.
Why are you hunting?
Because she kind of needs food.
And Lumi thinks I also need food.
Lonnie has like a supply of food for Lumi already.
I mean, she's like eating out of like your like pouch as she thinks it, you know.
I mean, I think this is the Khmer hunt for herself.
Cause she's still learning. If she hunts and then fails, it's going to scare off all the game.
I think she just scares off all the game in general. I mean, I know these guys couldn't see a giant Khmer, but I think all the other animals could.
I think she did actually rather well at hiding. At least she employed a lot of. She employed a lot of what I suggested her to do.
Either way, Dylan's gonna it's either way. I'm just gonna give you a little hand because it's been a while since I. Hunter just cracked his knuckles like, all right, let's do this.
All right.
I forgot if Lonnie or Lumi makes the survival, or whatever you would have us do, but she's going to cast guidance on whoever it is.
All right. So you're gonna cast guidance on someone who's trying to go like forage for food.
Lonnie and Lumi are specifically going to try to hunt for meat.
All right. Give me
If
that
there's even any
survival.
meat left.
Give me that survival.
I guess Lonnie, so.
I
Yeah.
rolled a
Nice.
17.
Lonnie, you know.
Okay, double digits though, at least.
8 and 10. Yeah. Lonnie, you find a lizard. It gets away. Though. Tento.
Aw, I can't even catch a lizard.
You managed to find a wild boar, but like a stunted one that's like wound up in a fight with an eagle or something. It's missing an eye and it's close to dead, but it's nice and fat. It's an easy kill.
But I could raise it, and it could
Do
be
you-
my war boar.
It's not the size of those war boars. It's like a normal boar size. You could ride a normal boar because you're a halfling, but like, do you not want to put it out of its? I mean, it's wounded and it's down an eye and it's kind of like breathing
Don't
hard
you
on
know?
its side.
All the coolest animals are the ones you find half dead. In
This
like
is
all
a-
those shows, right?
This is an option Tento is free to take. If he goes out for dinner and decides he'd rather have a new companion, he can do that. He's not up a dinner, though.
He's gonna pull out his misery.
Alright, so,
next time.
yeah. You got a metric fuckload of pork with you. Ani and Lumi kind of return empty-handed. The Chimera is hungry and smells the blood of the pig. Is like, yeah, you guys want to start like a fire or like in the valley and cook it?
Wait, you actually found something? I thought everything fled from
Yeah,
here.
actually found something. What'd you get?
Lonnie chooses to remain silent.
Lumi growls a little.
Well, I'm glad I helped. Don't worry, Lonnie. I'll teach you some lessons.
I also
Lonnie
got
Lonnie
some rocks
was
and
stuck
branches.
between like jealousy and like respect, and now she's just fallen to annoyance.
The default. Oh, thanks Zion for the rocks. I'm actually, it might be good for a Chimera to eat. Like,
Yeah, so do you use the rock
Rocks?
to like set like a ring around your fire?
yeah, we'll do that with it. Thank you, Zion, for the rocks. That's a great
Lonnie-
idea.
Lonnie asks if Medley prefers cooked or raw.
Medley doesn't quite understand the distinction, but when it sees what you're doing, it really enjoys the sensation of like witnessing the fire devour the meat. And it's like it breathes fire up into the sky in response.
Maybe Medley can just. Maybe she just wants to cook her own food then.
Okay.
And yeah,
Okay,
so
then.
yeah, so you got the boar. You cooked the boar. Give me that cook's utensils proficiency roll, Tento.
Oh, you That's all.
You get it all spit.
Man, it's been a while.
You got spit and roasted. Let's see. Now here's a question: has anything been done to assist Tento? Are you casting guidance on him? Is anything like that happening, or is this just it stands at a 14?
Lonnie has suggested the Chimera do it. So I don't know if the Chimera wants to assist.
Do you actually suggest that do you say anything to the Chimera?
She did not. She did not explicitly say it to the Chimera.
Okay, well, the Chimera is watching and enjoying the fire and like shooting fire up in the air, but like
It's a hibachi.
It's not coming down here to give you the hibachi grill experience. Tento spit roasts pig on the fire. This is not really an extraordinary feat, and it's a 14 is more than enough to do with just a bit of pizzazz, some long pulled pork.
Some salt-based stuff.
It's yeah. You spread a little salt and pepper. You make it nice. Do you deploy any of the saffron? You really fucking spice that shit. But actually, do you keep any saffron on you? I think Kabancho was the holder of the saffron.
Kabancho held on to that stuff. I don't think I even.
Wait, Shin, I see you talking, but I don't hear you. Are you muted?
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry, I'm eating, so I keep muting myself.
It's all good.
Kivancho is the one that had the saffron.
Yeah.
Also, like, owning a cat, this also, like, slightly stresses me out now, because I think, salt's actually bad for them.
No.
At least domestic cats.
I think, doesn't everything need a little salt to live? I'm sure it'd be like...
It can depend on the form.
Yeah.
Everything needs salt to live, more or less, but overdosing on salt is also super easy.
Yeah, this amount. But,
I don't know why I said overdosing. I meant eating salt.
Yeah, this is like, he's pretty good. I don't have any of the saffron because I don't think that I completely forgot about it, so I don't even think Tento was moving to grab saffron from.
We really did not actually split up Kabancho's loot very well.
No.
So you reflect on, wow, our dead friend used to carry some nice spice we got, didn't he? As, you eat what is fundamentally a thoroughly cooked, dirty crag
meat. Or is
meat.
The Chimera eating it?
Well,
or is
yeah.
there enough to go around?
Well, the Chimera is hungry, and the Chimera will devour like Tento. Do you it's looking, it's real intent. It's like stepping down. Are you gonna hack off a bit and pro offer it? Are you gonna let the Chimera go down? Are you,
of course.
Okay. The whole point of the hunting was to get it for the Chimera. I will say.
You hack off like a good bit of its like belly and hind quarters, sever the spine and such, and the Chimera dives into that and devours full well half of this boar, burps, and it bites off a little more for good measure, and then chews
Did
it
it
up
eat
on
the
the
wood
side.
too?
Like the steak that was driven through.
Yeah.
It gets into it and spits it out, but it has a little bit stuck in its tooth, and it has to wiggle it with its tongue, and then it's realized, oh wait, and breathes fire, and it actually spews out. So yeah, there's about half a boar left that's all nice and salt and peppered and cooked up, and it's a campfire cooked boar. It's not exactly restaurant grade, but it is certainly, by the standards of the day, a fine boar to eat.
So why'd y'all cook the meat for the Chimera?
I cooked it for myself.
She seemed fat. She seemed to enjoy watching Scout cook, so I presume that's kind of how she ate it.
I mean, I'm assuming she enjoys watching the fire.
The Chimera burps
Well,
loudly.
either way. You want some
Rests.
boar?
I would love some Tento.
Yeah.
Tento looks at Zion first, like, do you want some?
No,
think
I'm
we've
fine.
got-
I don't require sustenance.
Lonnie, Lumi?
Lonnie will begrudgingly take some.
What about Lumi? Does Lumi take some?
Does Lumi take some of the meat?
I presumably, as
Absolutely.
long as cooked meat does not harm her, then yeah.
She bites in, she's like, oh. And she does think, how odd that you use fire before you eat. But it's meat. She enjoys it.
I guess dogs can. Yeah, I guess dogs do eat cooked meat. Although she's also not domesticated, so who knows?
It's just humans that need help processing food.
Yeah, but like, does cooking actively harm
No.
the
As long
food?
as you don't spice it too much, they can do it.
Says the person considering saffron.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't have been good to feed them. But he doesn't have it, so it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have a nice cooked meal, and you get a warm cooked vibe from it. And you're warm and full. The lashing winds don't get you here in this crag, and the cave, though cold stone, it retains its temperature well. The fire nearby has done something for your cold extremities, and the Chimera's occasional heat breaths do a bit for the ambiance and humidity. It's time now to retire for the night, the evening even. And aside from setting a watch, is there anything that you would do?
There is only one thing Tento would do during his watch. He's assuming Zion is also up during his watch.
Mm-hmm.
Tento's like, okay, Zion, I might need a little help with something.
What's up?
He's gonna pull out that the other blue book he has. I forgot what we named it.
The blue book?
Yeah, the one that helped us with the suffocating room.
Yeah, you whip it out.
Now, this thing made me say some words I don't quite understand, and it helped me breathe. I want to see what else it can do. Do you want to make sure I don't die?
So you say that to who?
I'd say that to Zion.
Sure. Are you sure this is a good idea?
It's not a bad idea, like that.
Sounds like a pretty bad idea.
What? Don't you know? Don't you want to know what the book does too?
I mean, I can just cast a spell and I'll know what it does.
Just sort of like grumbles at us. You want to do the unfun way? Fine. Here, you can do it. Get
Alright.
fun out of it.
I'll spend 10 minutes in ritual cast identify.
Alright, yeah, so you ritual cast identify on the book, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a book of the voice. It seems tethered to a neutral sort of access to the logos or the word. It allows a surface level spiritual connection to a debatably holy wellspring. Its function is unpredictable because it is guided by the nature and intent of the wielder. You also get the sense that the book cannot infinitely permit spell casting. It may only function under certain prerequisites. These are constantly changing, so you can't really know necessarily whether or not it's going to do the job.
Oh. Well, there you have it.
It was just listening. It's like, what a How would someone make something like this?
Zion, roll me an Arcana or a Religion. Name is Dovaki. Yeah. Zion, you know that Bard colleges, so like Bards call upon this form of the Logos, right? Or they access the Logos in this way, and the notes they play, though beautiful, are not inherently good or evil. They are simply invested with power. And yeah, so you get the sense that this was probably made by a college of bards as a training implement. And it can more or less let them improvise with something they cannot yet control on their own. That being said, it probably wasn't intended to be a thing that you relied upon with your life in the field, even though you can clearly do so. So, you know, caveat emptor, fire everywhere.
Yes. The bards use this as a training tool.
Oh. Do you think they can use it right now?
Who knows? It's kind of unreliable.
Tento looks like he's like, should I open it? How much trouble would I get in? Probably not too much. Anything else? Anything around us at the moment?
I mean, so like, all right, so so you're doing this before everyone goes to bed?
No, during my watch.
Okay, you're doing this during your watch. Lumi, Lonnie, Orochi, and the Chimera asleep, and 120L is also always awake. Yeah, so, sorry, what were you asking?
Is anything like interesting going on?
Like,
Like anything that would catch my attention, anything I should be aware of?
What's your passive perception? 19, right?
19.
Oh, you know that there's like a nearby lizard that is like sleeping on like a rock, hoping for more warmth to come with the light of the moon.
Is that the same lizard Lonnie and Lumi were trying to catch?
You don't have a way of knowing that.
Dang
But
it.
you could make an educated guess if she mentioned hunting lizards.
She didn't. Dang it. Honestly, it's come back to mock you guys. It seems like a pretty quiet night. I'm sure there's nothing bad that could happen.
Look, I'm gonna take a book from Orochi, and this is not a forest.
Okay, yeah.
I am not used to these terrains.
Uh-huh.
And I'm used to hunting rabbits.
Yeah. You were just gonna feed the Chimera a bunch of rabbits.
Look,
I hope
meat
you
is
won't play
meat.
Yep, okay. Tento's just gonna nothing's happening. I'm sure nothing awful will happen. He's gonna open the book and see this. There's actually any text in it.
Yeah, so you open it up and you see like this fluttering blue field. It's almost like seems like the book is deeper than the page, but to reach out towards it, it is flat. But your eyes almost seem to want to dart around the edge. Always you feel like the next page would be some wonderful portal to another dimension, but it's always just the same thing. And these signs you see upon it, they dance and they glimmer, and if you're saying nothing, and if you're just looking, you don't really get anything. But what does Tento say as he looks at this?
Is it like glowing really brightly while he's doing this, or is it just like
They're not. They appear bright. They appear brilliant to you. They appear impossible to miss despite the darkness to you.
what pretty lights?
Yeah, and
Is
as
that
you
what
say
he
that, roll me a charisma check, or roll me a charisma save.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm good at those, right, guys? It's not bad.
Yeah, so there is like darkness around, right? But then
Mhm.
suddenly a blue glow emerges in front of Tento. Between Tento and the book, and Zion witnesses this.
Look, Zion made a light bulb.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
What's a light bulb?
Do light bulbs not exist in this world? Huh. I
Uh,
didn't actually think about that.
Probably not in the sense that we have them.
Oh.
I mean, I
Okay,
don't
I
want to
wouldn't
put
say
myself in the
light bulb
corner
because
or
that would make
anything.
no sense. You bring up a very good point. Good counter, Kai. Good counter.
The light orb.
look, Zion. I mean, a light orb.
Well, clearly they just went past the bulb and went straight to LED.
How
I
about
mean,
you?
honestly, with the cantrip light, we're already way ahead of that.
That's
Mhm.
very true. Wait, you don't think that's cool?
It sure is.
It's fine. If you like that. I think it's cool. The book made
Yeah,
light.
I also think it's cool.
You know, Zion, you need to be better about your subtle uncaringness.
What do you mean?
Okay, now you're just doing it on purpose.
Yeah, so you get the glow. The glow goes away after a second, Tento.
Oh, it's gone.
Yeah, you further examine the book, and it feels a little like the words are duller. You try and make them out, and they almost seem to like scry around and twist into other things, or just go triplicate or quadruplet of themselves and skate away.
That's weird. I guess that's it. I guess that's it for this book. That was fun. And I didn't die, so that's always a positive. Tinta's gonna close it after that.
Yeah, and with that, I'm assuming you rest the night.
Yeah.
You rest. The night passes. The day comes. The fire is all nice and artisanally burned out. Zion is here. Nothing has happened of note. Khmer yawns greatly and awakens. Yeah, I'm assuming you guys just head out, unless if nobody says anything in particular, before leaving.
Lonnie, at least on the way
Mhm.
there, Lonnie's just, or like right now, is fine too. Lonnie's just gonna warn the camera, like, so we're about to come upon a village, and I don't think they're going to like seeing you,
And the
or
Khmer
like
is
they're
like,
gonna be very
"Rah."
afraid.
Mhm.
So I was thinking about asking for some help to transform you temporarily
The
while we
Chimera
do.
the Chimera doesn't like the idea of its body being messed with even more. It's like, ah,
It,
being
it it'll
transformed.
it'll change back, I promise.
Seems a little wary, but give me a persuasion with advantage because you've developed a relationship.
And this is why I did not approach this earlier. Oh. Okay. Well, I have a backup plan. It's fine. It's fine.
It's kind of like, oh, I don't want to change. Just leave me out here while you're in town. Kind of like spurts some flame. I wouldn't like being all penned in anyway.
We are gonna reach town today, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're expecting to.
I guess I wouldn't know this. Why do I have a feeling a chimera's smarter than a 4 intelligence? Okay, I'll leave it for now.
All right, so you're leaving it for now.
I'm leaving the topic alone for now.
All right, so the group gathers up and you head back along the path that you know, cutting through the valley and the waters. This isn't really a question of pathfinding because you kind of already know the way. And yeah, you find yourselves here. The Chimera is like swooping along by you. Are you riding the Chimera today or no?
No.
Yeah. You guys are walking along, and hey, this is the place you were ambushed by trolls, and there's a bridge that got put out during that. Isn't that neat? Chimera swoops around.
I remember this spot. This is where like all those trolls threw like the boulders at the Hiroshi, right? Is that what happened here?
Yeah. They went after Zion. Someone almost got left behind.
Good. Awful times. Awful times. You think there are more trolls around here?
I mean, the Ursa said they were trolls in this area, so probably. And those mind-controlled trolls had to come from somewhere.
If you'd like
So-
to, you could roll history to know about where trolls like to hang out in Cathadak. If you'd like to read a certain book, you might get advantage.
Did you? Were they mind controlled?
Yes.
Do we have a book on trolls?
I don't
Yeah,
remember
you
them
don't.
being mind
Oh, I do have a bestiary, don't I?
Yeah, you do.
Sure. I roll of advantage.
Yeah.
Thank God for
Wow.
advantage.
And, as you pass and travel along, yeah, you determine that like this isn't like a place trolls wouldn't hang out necessarily, but you do think that in Cathadak in particular they prefer a region to the west of here, which you guys are like here by now. The region to the west of here is kind of troll country, although you hear there's a town near there or a village. You wonder how they're faring.
Probably awful.
Who's to say? But yeah, you are making your way to Verziwa, and you're passing along. You think that there's like a low like waterway below you, and there's like a high ledge above. You feel like you're really kind of taking like the middle road. Something sits oddly about that in your hearts, but the Chimera like flies by and like spurts some flame every once in a while. Would you guys like say anything to one another in particular before reaching town? Because you're in the next 5 miles, you're going to come into visual distance of
Okay.
Verziwa. Like someone on the walls looking north would be able to see you.
Lonnie is going to try again with the Chimera one more
All right.
time.
All right, but I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. So to talk amongst yourselves. Sorry, that's what I think.
Oh, that's okay. Well, Lonnie, please, you should. How are you gonna get the Chimera into town again?
Well, I was going to ask some pixies to polymorph her, but she doesn't exactly seem open to the idea.
Do you know some
So?
pixies?
I mean, she hid well enough from you all, and
See, that's not gonna
I-
work in a town.
I'm not saying to bring her into town then.
So she's just gonna stay outside?
Yeah, we won't be too long.
Oh, well, that's
Yeah,
fair.
you've only been with these Chimera for what, 2 days, 3 days?
Hey, that Chimera's like
And-
family now. Hiroshi, alright?
Sure, a family member that probably doesn't know how to restrain itself.
And she's learning.
But I'm sure.
She's not burning down any more forests now.
Yeah, because we've been with it.
Yeah.
You don't just
Guy.
leave a child unsupervised and just leave it out in the wild and expect it to be okay.
I mean, this isn't a child, so I'm sure it's got some sort of instincts to keep itself alive, and I'm sure Lonnie has taught it how to not be a complete menace to society.
No, this thing can definitely
Instinct
defend
is
itself. I'm not.
questionable.
That's not what I'm afraid of.
What are you afraid of again?
Of it either A, following us into town, B, the town people finding it because it flies around this area, or C, it wanders towards another settlement.
Matt Stew Drinker, hey!
Hey.
Yeah, wandering towards another settlement, which indeed will come to pass. So, sorry, I'm assuming you guys
Nice.
are having a Chimera talk.
Yeah.
So what's your
That's-
backup plan, Lonnie? You said you'll take care of it.
And my backup plan is to let her wait outside with for us. I trust her to not want to get herself hurt.
If it comes down to it, and this thing's attacking the town, what are you gonna do?
I've
Or if the
already
people
taught
find out about this, and
I've
then the
already
people start
taught her
fighting?
that attacking towns would be a horrible idea.
I emphasize, you've only been with this thing for 3 days.
Medley.
Yeah, she's not exactly a thing.
This creature.
Her name is
Look,
Medley.
look, let me just talk to her one last time, and then we can see where we are there.
All right, very quickly. Hold on. Let me roll a quick D4 here. All right, Darren.
For no particular reason, right?
So
Yeah.
as the conversation is going down with Medley, where Lonnie's gonna have to convince her to accept transmorgification or polymorphification, Chimera hops over here, gets down, grows a little. The snake head swivels, the lion head swivels, and you think, hey, sometimes the Chimera is reacting to cracks of sound and stuff. And it seems like it kind of knows language. And you wonder if you couldn't use the book to try communicating. That's the insight that you get thanks to Matt Stew Drinker's
They could
Dangerous to
use
Go
the
Alone.
book?
Like, you could use the book to communicate with her. Anyway, so Lonnie comes over and it's like,
Oh.
it seems to be considering. You want to give it your best pep talk on, hey, let me use a pixie to polymorph you?
Yeah, Lonnie's gonna cast guidance on herself this time. And look, I know I taught you to not go. I know I told you that going to towns would be a bad idea, but it's just there's someone in there that might be able to help at least control your fire better. So I was going to introduce you to him. But if you still don't want to go, you can wait out here. Just if you do get seen, it could be a lot of trouble for you. So I thought it might be safer to at least be hid to have help hiding until you're even better at sneaking around.
Yeah, give me a persuasion with advantage. Yeah, I was gonna. I
Yay!
suppose if it's really gonna go back to normal, it's 20 overall. Yeah, Medley, they sent oh, very well, change me, and you wanna summon your pixie pal?
Yeah, I'm going to let's see, do this. I think is it up to choose one of one fairy creature to. I forget what CR they are. I want to say they might be. Where did I put that sheet?
I can tell you.
They
what...
are. Oh, this one doesn't tell me CRs, does
I'm
it?
just kidding. I can't.
Oh yeah, no, there's quarter CR.
Alright.
So.
So you're throwing out 2 of them?
It says 8. I did only want to bring out 2.
Oh shit.
If
Yeah,
I can summon a less amount.
Yeah, 2 pixies pop out and like bee, bee, and they pop up at the point of the spell and they flutter their wings around. And yeah, there's just 2 pixies out here. And they kind of float up to Lonnie and say, "Hoo-hoo, what do you want us to do?"
Well, we.
As Tento's like asking her she's question, he looks up like, "What the fuck?" He pulls out his black iron weapon. It's like, "Why are there pixies here?"
I told
Tendo, we
you.
just talked about this.
I thought she would
Oh,
tell us before
sorry.
she
We
summoned
didn't
them.
just talk about this. We talked about this at Brass Eye Citadel that she was gonna summon fake creatures to do something.
Didn't we also
To
talk
cast
about,
polymorph.
telling us beforehand too?
I did
I
tell
mean,
you
yeah, we had that
beforehand.
conversation.
Well, Lonnie's gonna ask is gonna let the pixie know, like, we're
Conjure
going
Loop Beans
to,
is strong as fuck, man.
some place that hasn't had good experiences with fey creatures recently.
Oh, we probably shouldn't go there then. But we have to follow your orders. As they look at each other real fucking nervous.
I will do my best to keep you two safe if you will help me keep
Oh,
her, and she'll gesture to Medley, hidden with
well, we have
polymorph.
literally no choice. Oh, I know that spell. And
Lonnie is very uncomfortable with them.
Lonnie, what kind of spell did you cast on? Are these things not willing to do this kind of stuff? What are you doing?
The
I mean, it's
others,
a summoning spell.
the others seemed at least willing. I
Are you sure? They don't sound very willing.
they're like, oh, don't get me wrong. I love a good summoning as the next person, but I don't normally get told. Oh, by the way, we're about to walk somewhere that don't like Fae. Woohoo. Seems...
I know that you guys are very good at hiding, so as long as you stick close to us, then I didn't think that there'd be an issue. I just wanted to let you know that you probably shouldn't wander around town visibly,
Oh, well, we'll definitely
which
not
they
do that.
do have invisibility
Mhm.
for themselves.
Lonnie, just so you know, magic users are on the lookout for fey creatures. Visibly is not gonna quite cut it.
We just need to get to Yanlan's.
So yeah, the pixies kind of look at you.
Or
and
actually polymorph does it have a range of how
I believe
far
it's
they can
touch.
go from?
I don't think from the caster, no.
Oh no.
Oh,
Is the range in
Once
which
they
it can be
cast it,
cast?
they
Yeah,
hold
but-
concentration. That's
Yeah.
it.
So.
oh, never mind then.
Well,
Yeah, they can.
Is the invisibility gonna take concentration?
Invisibility is also concentration.
Okay, then never mind. They can just wait out here.
Yeah, I mean they're fine with that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. And they yeah. So you want to polymorph medley to what?
A little cat.
All right. So you tell them, they're like, oh, okay. Yeah. And medley kind of like looks there and like growls a little.
I'll give Medley a
But-
warning.
Seems to consent to this, right? And, or by which I mean literally, because you can talk to her. And yeah, after a quick puff of pixie magic, there is a cat stood on a rock, looks behind her, and like whips her own
I was
tail
thinking
around.
like a handheld-sized cat.
Surprised to see a lack of, cats do make everything better. Surprised to see a lack of like a serpentine tail. Kind of looks at you and meow, and like comes and like hops on you. Lumi is not amused by this. Not amused at all. The feline canine divide is very real as, Medley tries to like cozy up on your shoulder here. It doesn't seem to mind meowing a lot as if though expecting fire to come out. And it doesn't. And she seems like to like sputter a little and be confused by that. The picture like, oh, well, I hope you like it. Your friend pointed out that there might be some wizards around, though. Ooh, they're really tricky, and sometimes they like to see through our spells, and we don't like that at all. So
Well,
just keep that in mind.
yeah.
They give you a
Well,
wink.
if you
Don't
if-
worry, I'll
if
think
you
really hard
can-
about it, she says, concentrating.
if you can, if you're able to keep the spell when we go into town, then you're also welcome to stay out here. I haven't had experience using this before, so
Yeah.
yeah, as long essentially as long as they don't need to be with, because it says range is 60 feet, but I don't know if that's just for casting or. 'Cause I don't
That's
see
usually for when you
anything.
first cast it.
Yeah, so as long as it's just the hour limit, then yeah.
Alright, so you guys have 1
To
hour.
continue my Debbie Downer train. How long is it gonna take us to get to town from here?
Well, within 5 miles, you will come into sight of town from this point. And you will be in town from a not too long stint. Are you hurrying?
Yep.
I mean,
All
we
right.
got an hour on this.
I let them know that there's an hour.
Alright, well, I'd say everyone give me an athletics or an acrobatics. Hustle.
You can do it, Lumi.
Oh, not with advantage.
Wow!
Yeah,
Are you fucking kidding me?
Lumi!
Like, oh, wow. It's time to hustle. Orochi fucking stubs his toe on a rock. He's like, God damn it.
He just face plants.
My toe.
It hurts even when you're flying in the air.
Orochi, I will assist you. Oh no.
Yeah,
no,
Zion
I
barely
have
keeps
fallen.
himself from tipping forth into the rushing waters of the river. You all manage to make it to Verziwa in a comedy of errors. Tento and
Except for
Lumi
Lumi.
running fine. But yeah,
Tento got a
It
little
does a
tripped up.
13.
Tento got a little tripped up because Zion fell in front of him, and he's just like, "What are you guys doing? What? Orochi,
Lumi's
how'd you
just like,
stub your toe?"
Lumi zooms up ahead and is like, where's everyone? Why are you guys back there?
yeah, you guys, after some trouble, Orochi and Zion lagging behind a bit, arrive at the gates, and the gatekeeper's like, "Oh there! Oh, it's the shade of the mountain. Oh hey!" And you still smell like boiling eggshells vaguely in the distance, and they're like, and they were actually they stopped themselves before saying anything. Kind of say, "Approach the gate."
Okay.
Can we move forward?
Yeah, and yeah, okay, yeah. So when you get like close enough, they're like, hold on, grow up before Cullis, and like they kind of like one of the hobgoblins comes down here with a black iron dagger, and it's like we're not gonna do the cutting thing, just gonna do a little press to the skin and see what happens. Kind of like reaching it out towards you, inching closer.
Oh, hey, they're learning.
Oh, okay. As long as you're not gonna cut me, I
He
don't care.
holds it up against your skin. He's like,
Tento, aren't you
All
the
right, you're
one
clear.
that told them that they need to cut people with the black iron?
I never said that.
and the hobgoblin
You're
gives
the one who showed them that you cut yourself to prove.
the hobgoblin gives like a
what?
move along to Tento, and then like it proceeds to try and test all of you. Although with Zion and 120L a bit confused.
It's like smack him in the face with the black iron.
Like tink tink. Well, I guess you're good to go because there's nothing else inside of you. And Orochi, Lonnie, everyone's obviously fine, but the cat's like meow and doesn't really want to get touched with it. And the hobgoblin's like, whoa.
She's a she's just a little nervous. I can do it.
But and he hands you the dagger that he's holding and says it's got to be this one, just to be sure.
Yeah, I know. It's black iron. And Lonnie will see if Medley will permit her to do it. Like, I'm not gonna cut you.
Give me an animal handling.
that's not Lumi. Sorry. There we go. Oh,
Whew.
awesome.
The touching goes off without a hitch. There's like a cool feeling to the side of the cat. Meow. And Tom goes like, all right, not a Fae. And then taps Lumi. Lumi's like, oh. And I was like, oh, all right, well, welcome in, Shade of the Mountain. Just had to be sure it was you guys. You know how it is. And they come back up and they gesticulate and they're like, oh, by the way, how are things? Is the Brass Eye Citadel, kaput?
That part of them is, yes.
Good. Never liked those bastards. He spits.
I don't think anyone
Come on, Medley.
Yeah,
I
and
can't move Medley.
You can't move Medley. You're gonna get Medleo vision, Medleo controls here in a second.
did. Tento's gonna be like, can I hold Medley?
Lonnie's like looks down at Medley and they see if she.
And to give me an animal handling to kind of be like, pss, 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 pss. All right, that's a good 20. Yeah, no. She kind of over her own volition, hops over to you.
Aw.
Lonnie's just gonna let Tento know, like, don't walk into Yonlon's house without telling them though.
Yes. I'll make sure to not, say this part very loud. Yeah, I'll just, casually let them know that.
So you're cutting through the streets, and you know that you've got, less than 1 hour on a polymorph that is going to turn this kitty into a chimera. You guys presumably want to get going before anything else happens. You find yourself once again at the Verzira market. There's people around, they're doing some business, and they see you, and they kind of remark on it, like, oh, and definitely people realizing who you are. Yeah, one of the hobgoblins just saunters up, and they're like, it's good to see you back in town. Your cousin would like a word about the silverware. And Tento, you know that this is thieves' cant for, the boss would like a meeting about your recent job.
Hey Tento, I think they know the owner of the silverware that you stole.
Do you whisper that? Alright, the cat is like,
Can my cousin wait a little bit? Or is this a
And-
now thing?
They kind of look back and forth, and they say, cousin would like to talk to you today. And then they kind of shrug and then go back to the pot stall that they were working at.
Let's get this shit done now. I hand Medley back to Lonnie. Yeah. I need to go do shadowy things.
We're just.
Alright, so
What is
You're
up
like
with
a
you guys
baby
just
shitter.
constantly trying to leave the group? I thought you guys liked each other.
Oh, I do like you guys.
So
We're in
But-
town right now, and there's nothing too dangerous here, so.
are you going to go to the house where Alencia is, or
Yeah.
are you going to? All right, and are you proposing just breaking away to go talk to her while the party moves on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so the party, you guys rush north by the most direct path available to you. There's still some breakage at the mill that was hiding the not body of the geomancer, body not body of the geomancer, and you guys head north. You hear the bleeping of kips to the east, and Medley's like, where, Kip? I want to eat him. But Medley is like a little cat, and now much smaller than not much smaller, but Kip is rooster sized,
Remember.
like turkey sized.
If Medley got full in cat form, does that mean when she transfers back to Chimera, is she still full?
The questions of transformation. Tento, I'm assuming you enter into this abode. The knock and slide in. As before, you see Alencia suspended from the ceiling. She comes down a little and says, "Hello, Tento. I'm given to understand you're bringing a certain something into town.
Man, work gets by fast, doesn't it?
Hmm. Well, the item that you are moving is a rather hot commodity.
Of course it is.
We are given to understand that Yanlan the merchant wants to buy it from you.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, how much is he offering?
I don't think he gave us a number.
Well,
I actually don't remember if he did or not.
he didn't
but
give you a
I'm
number.
He
guessing-
offered items.
He offered, yeah, he's offering to make a barter of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can just say that to her, and she'll be like,
Yeah.
well, let's just say that the Cult in Shadows is interested in making a competitive offer. Of course, don't feel compelled to agree here. We are partners in the revolution, after all. And this isn't strictly speaking related to liberating Cathadak, although we do think we could use it to help the cause more than he would.
Yeah, we already said we're gonna bring it to him, so I'd rather not do that when we're in his town.
Valentia kind of tuts with her mandibles and says, it's not Yan Lan's town. The merchants have undergone a reappraisal in the public opinion in the past few days. I mean,
Ooh.
a week ago, they were rather the source of a terrible upburst, and now all these people are being tested with black iron, and people aren't happy about that. They don't like this feeling of danger and uncertainty, and doesn't it all seem to come from their magic demons? And they're bringing all these fetchers into town, and of course, the Shade of the Mountain are all right, but most of the people who come to sell or buy magic, they're not exactly upstanding citizens, are they? And maybe people prefer to do business with people who don't have strangely expanding second floors and a small army of mercenaries to defend their property. Of course, they've always been very popular. These things take time, but I don't think Yan Lan can afford to make any ungracious moves at the moment. He needs to secure his image as a protector, as a patron of the community. The Aurori aren't the type to stand on ceremony. It's not about titles or who you were born, and nobody can be seen to be putting on airs of being above the other. They are the nobles of the hearth, after all. All for one, one for all, around the same ring.
Even then.
You have your own feelings on the matter, and I
Yeah.
respect that. But if his offer is less than you feel deserving, I'm sure we can discuss it.
Yeah, of course. I'll just listen
Now
to his
then,
offer first.
one of my little urchins did overhear something about you stealing some silverware. If you're interested in fencing services, certainly.
Oh, how the hell did you guys hear? I literally picked up that chest in the middle of the in the road.
Yeah, but Orochi said out loud, I think they're asking about the silverware you stole, didn't he?
Oh, what a... Oh,
I
yeah,
just
that's
said I
right.
whispered that to him, but I
Yeah,
mean,
you
it's still out
whispered.
loud.
You whispered, but if someone was... So she says that she's got a street urchin who's like listening in on conversations.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah.
So the street urchin saw you guys go in for a close conversation. Was like, ooh, I want to hear that.
Yeah. No, I okay. That bit makes sense. Like, okay, I mean, yeah, I found some stuff in the chest. So found some nice linens too.
Lynch is like, how curious. Did you mention there was like stuff in the bottom of the chest?
Yeah, I mentioned like, yeah, I just was like, yeah, it was like hidden though. It's weird.
Probably someone from Cathator cutting and running while they have the chance. Just so you know, our mutual friend, she's up through the woods now. Very close. 10 or 15 miles of Cathator. Building force there, waiting for the east and west to collapse in.
Who's our mutual friend? I forget who's the mutual friend.
So the mutual friend that she's talking about is definitely one Koza Gadek, who is, you met her once, basically back in Clan Tessin's lands,
Yeah,
when
yeah.
she was being hosted by Garyon, and she is the leader of
Yeah.
this organization, or this rebellion. And yeah, so you guys get a little bit of a news blurb about her position relative to Galator.
Oh well, she's making progress.
Yeah. She's been fighting the south the whole time you guys have been over in the west, and you've deprived her enemy of reinforcements by quickly knocking out Western Cathadak.
Well, that's good to know. And yeah, I'll hand her like the silverware and stuff. Like, yeah, you can just bend some off, whatever.
Certainly. And she looks at it and she tallies it up, and she very quickly, with one of her like spider legs, kind of pulls down a satchel and scoops out some coins and counts you out however much of the silverware and gems you want to liquidate. You could just liquidate the silverware and she'll give you the money for it.
Oh yeah, just the silverware, because the gems we can use for later.
Yeah, so you now have 150 GP worth of just money and gems.
Okay.
Which, gems more accepted currency than silverware normally. So, you made the upgrade. And now, where is the fucking Verziwa map that the Verziwa Towers? Yeah, the party moves along.
You're gonna catch up for them afterwards.
You're delayed a bit. You catch up at the tower, but not too long delayed by that conversation. And everybody heads north to the towers. They rise up from the city's birth as if though many tiny keratin claws scratching up around grand tusks, piercing the skyline. And you see these fine towers, including the many pillars breaking up the red walls, which were once the abode of the Geomancer. And you now find yourselves with 120L moving up, and there are still an increased guard presence here. Not quite what it once was. Some hobgoblins going about their business. They see you. They give a nod. And yeah, Yarnlon's personal mercenaries definitely take note of your arrival. And everybody's sort of keeping their eyes out. Ormanthius is off the scene by this point. There's still an Ober Lieutenant overseeing the general area, but things are more or less back to normal, except nobody's done anything about the destroyed tower because, hard to know what to do with it. Yeah, you guys arrive. It is definitely Yanlan's tower. You remember, one blue door, one red. And as you come up, they gesticulate to you and they pull open the door. They usher you on in and oh yeah, by all means, go see the master of the house. Yanlan is waiting for you. And Yanlan is indeed. He steps out of his refreshment room and he's like, if it isn't the shade of the mountain, it's been so long. And yet, it feels like you were just here. Yeah.
I was honestly expecting the Chimera to suddenly unpolymorph when we step through the doors.
Well, you haven't stepped through the doors yet.
Okay, well, Lonnie was going to let them know that the cat is actually polymorphed, but we can't reveal the form out here.
Yanlan, you say that while Yanlan is close up to here, right?
Yeah, she's gonna say it to the closest guard to hopefully not, that as few people hear.
The guard kind of passes it on, comes in and passes on Yanlan. Yanlan nods and says, Right. Why don't you step into the southern room after you come in and invites you in, but is not very aware of the fact that the cat is not what it seems. Actually, roll me an insight.
Lonnie?
Yeah, Yanlan is pretending to be surprised. He's making a show he definitely knew something was up with the cat. He might have not particularly known that it was a polymorph spell, but he's having to fake surprise about news about the cat.
As long as the Chimera doesn't get, as long as the spell doesn't get dispelled, as soon as she walks through the door, she does not care.
Yeah, so you want to come in here with the kitty cat. Everybody comes in. The door gets, closed behind you. Yanlon says, come, make yourself at home. And your compatriot there, how large is it when fully expanded? Or Tento's also inside. Hold on, let me come get you.
Quite large.
And like, ooh, so is it kind of fit in here, or should we go upstairs?
Upstairs might be better.
Very well, then. Allow us to conduct some business upstairs. Although, do you need a refreshment from the road? Or how long is that polymorph spell going to... And at that point, you know, like, the cat is beginning to expand and twist, and her tail becomes more scale. And she, like, belches a little, and there's a little spout of flame. And Yanlon's like, up, 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 up.
Up. Yeah, oh, yeah, I was like, oh, time to go.
Yeah, so I'm assuming you rush her upstairs.
Yeah.
Give me athletics to see how fast you. Lumi gives me athletics to see how fast she carries
Is
you.
Lonnie able to cast guidance on Lumi?
Yes.
This is.
You quickly, running in the 90s, drift up his staircase,
Lumi.
arrive in this area, and you pop to the southern or the northern area first? The northern area is the area where you see the cage and there was the stuff.
Southern
The southern
seems to
study.
have more room.
Yeah, okay. You pop here as the cat expands fully into the chimera and begins to, spout flame. And the party, sort of like ushered up behind as Yanlon follows, and they says, "Oh my, I see you've secured one of the chimeras."
Yeah, she has a problem controlling her fire, and I was wondering if there was something you could do to help with that.
Winces and he thinks about it, and he's like, "And is she tamed?" And looks at Yanlon a little, and looks at you, and do you speak with animals to the chimera?
Tamed is a strong word. We have a
tricks.
mutual agreement right now.
I see. So they're very intelligent then.
I haven't actually tried.
Right.
I haven't actually like. She's definitely smarter than most. Although I do still think Lumi's smarter.
You're not really helping your case there, girl. You gotta make it sound more convincing. Come on.
She's definitely smarter than most beasts.
Alright, and Yanlon seems to be, like, satisfied with that, and he thinks about it, and he's like, well then. And he's like, you want to... The creature wants to no longer be as uncontrollably spouting flames, yes?
Spouting flames.
You step up into this, of course, grander, like, vaulted teal blue room that you know is larger than the floor below. You've been here before, though, so there's not as much shock and awe this time.
She talks about the urge to breathe fire, but she still wants to be able to do it. And it's uncomfortable if she doesn't release the fire, but it also makes it hard for her to hunt.
Yanlon thinks about it and says, we have some information on the chimera breeding program. I don't suppose anybody responsible for creating this creature is still alive? If so, many, or even if not, and many notes they might have had could go a long way.
The tower's mostly there.
Did the Beastmaster guy get away?
Beastmaster did get away.
Yeah.
I think he was the
And
one
Zion
survivor.
did get a bunch of notes on the upper floors.
Zion did get a lot of notes in the upper floors.
Are those any useful notes?
And yeah, you want to whip it out and look for anything like Chimera related? The Lollygaggers raiding with a party of 19. Thank you, Lollygaggers, for the raid. Yeah, so you're pulling out the notes on Chimera breeding as Medley's like at the ceiling. Well, Yanlon steps back and like, cool, good thing I fireproofed my lab. Melazara, hello. And thank you for the raid. Hello, Lollygaggers. A raid. Greetings. We're just doing some high road. Just a little D&D. I hope you had fun. I believe you were playing Alien RPG tonight. Hope you caught down those synthetics. Either a benefit or a hazard, know what I'm saying? And Yeah, so Diane, I'm assuming you like produced the relevant notes there that you're aware of. You know, some of the notes are on it. And Yanlon's like, oh, if I may. He offers a hand, and he's kind of, like, ooh, when he sees those notes, those scrolls, those documents. He pulls them out. He looks at them at his desk. He's like, oh, if you could, and Medley steps back very obligingly, looks around, and says, yes, I see. It's a tenebric imbalance in the liver. It's how they managed to overcome the lack of an elemental font to permit the fire breathing that other creatures rely upon. It's almost like they're trying to replicate draconic fire breath, but so crude. Yes, I can see how this would be a source of great discomfort. Now, would they be able to digest? Well, I can't tell from this diagram. But supposing Yanlong looks over at the chimera and says, do you know what they were feeding the chimeras or what they were drinking?
Ronnie's gonna ask Medley.
Medley mostly drank water, as far as Medley is aware, and ate meat. Charred meat.
Ronnie's yeah, charred meat and water that she's aware of.
It's possible they have a delicate palate, considering, well, making a living organism that actually, lives isn't exactly simple when you're relying on the alchemic arts. I wonder.
Wait, can you give other things fire breath? Does that have that in the notes?
Yanlon says, well, I mean, giving something fire breath is. There's spells that permit you to breathe fire. There's items which permit you to breathe fire. There's potions you can drink which temporarily permit you to breathe fire. All sorts of ways to breathe fire, and what can I say? It's certainly a method. But this, I mean, I would need to. This creature was tailor-made, and not without several broken eggs on the way to the omelet, to have created this majestic beast. Now, I believe that with the right ingredients, you should be able to concoct a herbal concoction which will suppress the disquieting feeling. However, it would also weaken the damage of the fire breath. It wouldn't remove it, but it would control to make it likely more bearable. Other than that, you could potentially prepare a concoction that would strengthen its resistance to the flame and the disquiet caused there, but the fire would still be present, so we would have to test to see how it felt about that. I don't know what it's like to have fire in my gizzard. And he shrugs, and Yanlon says, well, fascinating problem, but we'll have to experiment. Is your companion here intending to travel back with you, or are you hoping to leave them with me as a guest?
I was. She doesn't like to stay still for too long.
Certainly. I understand the call of the sky is great to the winged creatures. Gesticulates to the quarter, like a 1/3 lion, 1/3 snake, 1/3 eagle creature in his room and says, perhaps, and the snake head in the back wibbles around to look at him, and he's like, fascinating. Yes, perhaps we could give her what would essentially be a large herbal. Well, you need to brew a lot of tea, but essentially you'd just be helping to digest in the same way you'd help any creature. And yes, I believe that would be the easiest solution. The other is complicated. You need to create a fire resistance potion intended to defend the interior of the creature, and then you'd need to have enough of it to give it on a regular basis, unless you wanted to create some sort of implant. But I don't think I would risk that on an alchemically born creature. They're already kind of looks around, unstable enough as it is.
So there's nothing permanent.
Well, I do think that there could be a few permanent solutions, but until I know more about what's actually going to feel best for your friend here, I don't want to propose any permanent moves. After all, what I think might be a superior feeling could be terrible. The doctor has to ask the patient how they feel after applying a certain amount of medicine.
Lonnie's gonna do her best to convey that, like, there's ways to make the fire more comfortable, although weaker. But it's only temporary. So it's nothing permanent, and we can't do anything permanent unless we have time to learn more about you.
The Chimera kind of like, like throws her mane and says, "Ah, well, I suppose I am a subject of great study." And, then says like, but I want fire, I want to burn, but if it doesn't hurt in the fire inside me, then maybe I won't want to burn as more. But if I don't want to burn, then will I have lost a core part of my identity?
You can
And
still
Yeah,
burn with the temporary solution. You can still burn. It just will be weaker, but it will feel more. It will hopefully feel more comfortable.
Weaker. Doesn't seem super thrilled about the idea of being weaker.
You have your fierce claws as well, and you can still char your food to your liking.
Yanlon pours a yellow solution into like a silvery blue liquid. It puffs together into this like temporary aquamarine before bubbling out in this sort of like an icy blue atop an orange base. He's like, "Come now, offer your friend this and see how it goes." And he kind of looks at it, it's like weaker, and he's like, "This is going to be the fire resistant solution. I'm going to see how that feels, if she would permit me." And he like offers the potion.
Then yeah, Lonnie's just gonna give a heads up. Like, there's this solution where it might not feel as comfortable. So you would have to tell us how it feels.
So Yanlon tips this like burbling like teal orange potion into the mouth, and like sort of like it weird like with a lion mouth, but manages to like with a big tongue flapping all over, get it all drunk up, and the lion burps and says, for a moment, like stands there, and then goes to breathe fire, and it breathes fire up at the roof, and it splatters against the dome brilliantly, and kind of looks around and just sort of shrugs and says, "I don't feel the fire inside me," and he turns around, absolutely flame throws half the room, and Yanlon's like, "Whoa, you could perhaps ask her to slow down. How is she feeling?"
She says she doesn't feel it anymore, but she can obviously still breathe fire.
Yeah, it even seems like you might have reduced the refractory period on fire breath by suppressing the discomfort caused by the fire.
I love how this has suddenly turned into how do we rehabilitate a chimera to. Actually, it's not even rehabilitate. It's just like, how do you make a chimera wild?
Yeah, and Yanlon's like, if that's helping, then we'll just need to find a more permanent source of that change. Well, while you're here, I do have to ask. I asked you about a certain something in the upper floors of the Brass Eye Citadel. A certain chair, perhaps? Kind of looks at you expectantly.
So,
What did you want to do with that chair again, Young?
I would like very much to acquire it and put it here in my tower.
Insight.
Why, he would very much like to acquire it and put it here in his tower.
Okay, he's not selling it. Cool.
He wants that shit.
Do you know what the chair does?
Well, I have read some historical accounts, and I'm familiar with the journals of some people who've used it. It helps see, and I have always been fascinated with sight.
So are you looking for anything in particular that would help? I mean, that would
think about it this way, right? I've always sought to see Verziwa's future, so I can chart a safer course for it. If I'd had that chair, maybe some more wizards wouldn't be dead, because we would have seen the changelings coming. We could have prepared. We could have been safer. And it's not just about Vraziwa. With that, I'll be able to see dangers to Cathadak. Dangers like schemers like Gedi Varkar, who sought to poison Koza's mother, Laza. What if Laza Gadek had never been poisoned? So much suffering that Cathadak sees today would never have come to pass. Surely you see the applications for the good in people's lives.
Insight.
Yeah, insight.
Is that the whole story? Not advantage. Cool. Okay.
Yep. He said
yeah.
words and you heard them.
Cool.
Because, like, yeah, that's true, but
Sounds convincing, though.
are you gonna let others help you with this mission? You do have this?
Yanlon says, I would be very cautious about who I let sit in that chair. People of ill intent could spy things that better not be spied by those with greed or malice motivating them. But I would certainly distribute the information to people trying to do the right thing.
But would you let others use the chair?
Only people who I trusted with my life.
Oh, sounds
Yeah,
good.
incite the greed and malice bit.
I like this insight when he said greed and malice.
He definitely doesn't think he is motivated by greed and malice. He definitely thinks other people trying to pursue this item are motivated by greed and malice, and he thinks he's the right guy to hold on to it. Now, to what extent that's his self-perception. That is his.
Yeah.
You're reading you're reading into how he's speaking and acting and how he's held himself. You really think he really believes that. He thinks others might try and be motivated by greed and malice, and he's going to be the filter that shifts out those people from access to this item.
The innocent, pure-hearted one.
He's not
Or
styling
At least
himself
pure
as...
motivated.
He's not posturing as, like, innocent and pure-hearted, but he definitely thinks he's wise and intelligent, and he thinks that he's discerning. He's a very discerning merchant with a knowledge of magic and also an insight into the human mind and heart.
Seem to be putting a lot on yourself there, Young Lon.
Yanlon says, I have a facility which can properly house it, and I'm familiar with the astrological phenomenon which help it function. Together with some of the other merchants of Raziwa, we will discuss the next best steps for how it is to be used and access to it kept under wraps.
You would also be painting a very large target on your back. The eye is not eradicated. It is of this region, but the influence spreads large and wide.
Yanlon nods and he leans in and he says, Tell me, how do you think the eye will fare under the new regime?
Under what?
The new regime.
At the moment, Gedi Varkar yet reigns, but Koza Gadek is, by all rumors, within 15 miles of the capital, and they say someone called the Typhoon has swept the east. It should seem that a new reign is coming. Indeed, quite. He has quite the fanciful name, doesn't he? Well, I would dare say
Hurricane.
the reign of Gedi Varkar.
I was so close to calling you Typhoon, actually.
the reign of Gedi Varkar is soon to come to an end. And the fists, and the eye, and the heels, they're institutions of Cathadak. I don't expect them to go away. But the eye have transgressed in several key ways under Gedi Varkar's reign. Either with his permission, or knowledge of these events just got out because they got sloppy. I suspect, particularly given what they and the heel have been doing to the people the past few years, the new ruler will choose to make an example of an old institution. with some changes to the regime. But quite frankly, I think the Eye's days are numbered, and everyone of consequence in the Eye is probably in the middle of getting themselves out of Cathadak, or otherwise securing their future prospects. To be quite
I
frank,
disagree.
I'm...
Any kind of authority would want an organization like the Eye.
Of course they'll want an organization like the Eye. I suspect that the top ring of the Eye will be purged, and that the middle managers in the eyes and ears will continue to work for the organization. Maybe it'll be rebranded, maybe it'll still be the Eye, but I think it will be harder for them to come into town and demand things. And we had already, even under Getty Varkar's reign, managed ourselves into a favorable position in terms of their capacity for overreach. I suspect that we can hold this against the Eyes. We have made our preparations and we have our resources. I admit I was more confident before two of my close friends and allies perished at the hands of changelings, but the fact that that happened only makes me feel we need this tool more.
Did I get the idea that the Geomancer might actually still be alive? Or was that just like me inferring something that was neither confirmed nor denied?
I think Orochi and Zion saw a dryad pull
A body.
the Geomancer through a hole, and you guys know that not everybody who was lying sleeping on those bridges of light was dead. In fact, you don't know that any of them were
I
dead.
thought I had like a dream that I saw like a dryad just like hanging out with
you did have a dream of, after he was supposed to be dead, a dryad in like a little like tree like house room hanging out with the Geomancer. If Lonnie believes that dream and believes it to be literal, which she has every reason to, then she could very well say, "Yeah, I think the Geomancer's alive." Do you want to say that?
Yeah. Speaking of your friend, he might actually still be alive.
He lives? The Geomancer's alive?
Ooh.
He seems animated by that.
I have reason to believe that, but I cannot say for sure.
He seems fascinating. He's like, well, what reason do you have to believe such a thing? Extraordinary.
Did he mention anything about me being a seer last time? Or an oracle or anything?
He might have made allusions, but I don't think he outright said anything.
He hinted at it in
Ooh,
when we were drinking tea and everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, some of us were drinking tea.
You gonna say to him, buddy? Ooh. You gonna lay out your hand, or are you gonna keep it to your chest?
Well, we know that his body wasn't there when the tower collapsed. A dryad took it, and I don't think she had any ill intent.
And he
nor any use for a dead body.
He thinks about it, and he's like, "Wait, you mean when you went into the Feyway, you saw this happen?"
We didn't see that.
I did. Hiroshi did.
And he kind of waits half a beat and says, "Is there a reason that you're telling me now rather than earlier that my friend might be alive?"
I didn't know.
He's looking at Zion and Orochi as he says that. But
No, we told everyone, but we didn't have a chance to. Not particularly.
You guys did come back to this dude's house afterwards, right? Am I making that up?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Alright, well, he's like, well, either way, it's good to know that Batoy, here he is, Batoy the Geomancer, may yet live. I did sense a touch of his intentionality in the way his own abode was destroyed by those pillars of stone. It didn't feel like a prelane spell, but rather an expression of his arcane artistry. So, it is good to know that Batoy yet lives. or may yet live.
Yeah.
And you believe that a spirit of nature, a dryad, one of those profane fae, helped him escape. You witnessed this.
Indeed.
Tell me, was there anything about this dryad, even something she wore in her hair or upon her body, which might have suggested some sort of allegiance or nature?
Did
A
I
lot of
see
nature.
anything?
Roll me
Did I
insight to remember.
notice anything? Insight.
There was a brilliant. There was a pleated ring of like brilliant blue flowers, where her hair and braid fled over to tie.
Huh. Yeah, there was that.
And he thinks about it, and he says, "Fascinating." But Toy once told me of a story where he went to a grove and found his way into an impossible space. He sought its nature and met. Called her a friend of nature. I wonder if that was her. Yes, that ring of flowers is exactly what he described. Well, it should seem that Batoy has won himself an ally who has saved his life, but I wonder why he has not returned here. Perhaps he doesn't know. Only I had a way to communicate across. Kind of like stops himself and says, the veil of world. Well, thank you for this knowledge. Perhaps if I had the chair, I could see some way to him. He seems even more pressed now. He's like, oh shit.
Yep.
Maybe the kid saved my friend.
I thought the chair could only show the future, not
Did you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Yonlon says, the nature of the chair's divination is complex and related to the present astrological arrangement. You are correct in that it sees the future, but it can also show you possible futures, for of course not every future must come to pass. There are prophecies that fizzle and destinies that just don't. It is partially useful as a probe to see the potential winds of fate, those twists of chance, if you will, which wind up making up the broad spectrum most likely reality. How the loom is to be wove. And also the hidden aspects of the unhidden world. Of course, I'm just going off of journals and entries and reliquary documentation. I've never used it myself, I've never laid eyes on it. But I believe it might help. Yeah, twist of fate, one might say. And in fact, I don't think we're going to get a better... Well, actually, yeah, I would say Yonlon said that to you, Lonnie. What would your immediate reaction be, or what do you say to him?
Oh, Lonnie was gonna do something else.
Would you?
Although I guess.
What are you going to do?
I don't know what response she would have to that. She was gonna do transcendental bond to just ask the party about what they think and maybe let us deliberate all of this outside of game.
Yeah, so I mean, you open up the Transcendental Bond, and it's like, what do? Now, here's an important note. Who else is
What
on
do
the
now?
Transcendental Bond party line right now that isn't just the party? Is the
Chimera.
Blood Mage still on the Transcendental Bond?
The Chimera
And Bardiga is no longer on the Transcendental Bond.
The Chimera is.
Okay, it's the
Okay.
Chimera in the party. The Chimera like shakes his head as the Transcendental Bond goes off. Like, what is the thoughts in his head? And Yonlon is like, "Oh my, your friend seems startled." And yeah, I think that we smash cut to the mental conversation that occurs in a blink of an eye in 60 seconds. But a lot gets said because the players are going to determine that, like, you know, between sessions. Nobody does anything in particular before piecing out, right?
Yeah, I think that's just a fake comment
All
because
right.
it's for way too off guard.
All right. Well,
Aim to impress, you know?
All right, hit me with a lightning quick feedback phase, and then we will pop a raid, starting with Shin. Hit me with it.
Hey, I'm glad things are progressing along. I do feel a little bad for being a Debbie Downer about the Chimera stuff, but I do enjoy bringing up these like consequential questions
Mm-hmm.
because in the past we've kind of glossed a lot of things, and it's very interesting to see how one you think, and two how the party reacts. So I'm sorry if that's getting too much, but
No, I like
I
it.
do enjoy that.
It does. It avoids some situations and it causes some situations, and I like both.
I'm
Um,
having.
I'm excited to see what, like, after this conversation, for one, what we get or what we might negotiate for the chair if we do end up passing it, and two, what we can negotiate for the other things that we've brought. And it'll be nice to see. I don't know if you want to jump the gun and like give us a preview of availabilities on things,
Maybe. Well, we can consider that in the
so that
between
we don't
chat.
like have that conversation and like sit on that.
Yeah.
discussion.
Another week. Yeah.
Um, but yeah, that's my 2 cents.
All right, Tento. The Turnto of, by which I mean Darren.
Hi. Today was lots of RPing. I'm glad we finally stuck with the name Medley, even though it was pretty long. But now it's actually the Chimera is actually called Medley.
At some point, it's just useless fighting against you.
Because right? I personally like the dynamic that Roshi brings to the team about being like, hey guys, this is actually really bad stuff. And Tenzo's just like, yeah, it'll be fine. no, Tenzo, serious. No, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I think we bounce off each other well with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm glad that this arc seems like, I mean, this part before the actual like taking over. I feel like it's this taking over stuff. This war thing's almost done, and yeah, I'm excited to see how this stuff ends. Other than that, that's it for me.
Kai.
Alright, yeah. Enjoyable RP session. I enjoy throwing Tento under the bus. and
trying to feed us rocks and sticks.
Yep, rocks and sticks. But yeah,
every time.
Nice RP, and I can't wait to see what we do with this chair and Yawn Long and the end of this arc. See how we can get things moving.
Yeah. All right. With that, Casey, move us on to the raid with your feedback before we pop off.
I know this is more character based, but to address Shin, I don't mind the Debbie Downerness. Is a fun dynamic. Especially his like reaction to like, oh, you just got thrown to our fucking bullshit, and this is how it is to a relatively normal person.
Like,
That's always
what
fun
do you
dynamic, so
mean you're
don't
gonna
worry
do
about
that?
it.
That doesn't make any sense. What? And you guys are just like, no, don't worry, we always do this.
I appreciate you rolling with the punches of me trying to help this chimera not be
Be
Investigated.
a real boy.
domesticated is a strong word for its situation too.
Self-sufficient.
Yeah, that's a good one. Because all of these are kind of curveballs. Like I think I like did it briefly, but it was like, oh, this is okay. Here's a lot of stuff, and you just kind of rolled with it. And yeah, just all the rolling with the punches, and also like keeping things moving. Just thought it was like overall like pretty solid session. And yeah, can't wait for us to give over the chair to someone who is going to abuse it, because I'm sure that's going to happen.
Nah.
Oh, I'm also looking forward to whatever becomes of the Chimera. I kind of hope she sticks around. I know she's like OP technically, but she's just kind of cool.
The power level of the group, it's like we would have another. It's like we never lost Morelos if the Chimera joined.
Can she
Also-
be a guard? Can she be like Cerberus for our castle?
I mean,
Also,
yeah, you
flying
could,
mounts
you could take it
are
as a
very
joke.
hard to get for a reason.
Yeah.
I'm literally not planning on using her. Like, I just like that we have a Chimera buddy because it's cool. I will
Yeah.
keep her at the keep if that will like rebalance it.
Yeah, I mean, also is the fact that, like, technically speaking, like, it has two heads, and like they were designed to be ridden, but yeah, it's not
They
easy to get a
were?
flying mount. But we'll see. The
I'm glad
Chimera
that
is
you
also
let us
not
keep
like
her this long so far.
not indefinitely yours, but like is presently in your possession, right, or in your company. Well, that way,
I
yeah.
appreciate that she's still
Yay.
sticking around.
Yay, we're gonna raid Interpoint Station. They are playing a little bit of Lancer, as they do. I'll see you all on the flip.
Bye, stream.
Until next time, dreamers, keep dreaming. Subscriber as follower or subscriber only chat? Oh, probably, 48 reasons as well. And we're gonna go raid him, yay!